Good afternoon and welcome to the Planning Committee meeting for City of York Council on the 7th of October 2021. Just a few items of housekeeping. If members have mobile phones, if they could please turn them off or turn them to silence, and the same with any members of the audience. There are no fire alarms planned as far as I'm aware. So if the fire alarm goes off, it is a real event. So if that happens, please just go out through that door and then down the stairs, follow the signs and congregate for a roll call outside the Grand Hotel. This could be quite a long meeting, so I do plan to take a break between the two items to allow members to take a comfort break and also for new speakers to be admitted via Zoom. However, if any member feels that they need a comfort break at any time, just indicate and I will grant them with pleasure. Okay, I'm Councillor Tony Fisher. I'm the chair of the committee. We have members down the side. We also have quite a number of officers. If I could just ask officers, please, to identify themselves and their role the first time they speak for the benefit of people watching on the internet. Moving on to apologies, I have apologies from Councillor Fenton. Councillor Fenton has been substituted by Councillor Cuthbertson, but he's not here yet. He may only turn up for the second item on the agenda. And I've also had apologies from Councillor Lomas, who has been substituted by Councillor Crawshaw. Thank you very much indeed. Okay, moving on to declarations of interest. Are there any members with declarations of interest they would like to declare? Councillor Crawshaw.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to acknowledge with relation to agenda item 4B that when the prior application for this site came to committee, I came and spoke as the ward member in objection to that application. I've double checked with legal and we've agreed that this is a fundamentally different application. I've had no prior involvement with residents or anybody else on this specific application, and so I'm just confirming that I'm addressing it completely open-mindedly, not predetermined, and I feel comfortable that I can take part in the discussion and vote on this. Thank you.
Councillor Dobney, I think you had your hand up.
Thank you, Chair. I'm going to declare a personal interest in item 4B. I have a brain injury myself, and I've had a great deal of treatment for it over many years. So I feel I'm too close to the subject to be totally impartial. So I shall withdraw from the meeting at that point. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Dobney. Councillor Doty, I think you indicated as well.
Thank you, Chair. It's a personal one, prejudicial interest in item 4B, insofar that my partner is a previous director at the retreat, which is where this the applicant is currently located. I think it's quite a tenuous interest now, so I don't see any reason why I can't participate.
No, I see no reason either. Thank you very much indeed. Okay, moving on to the minutes. We'll take these two separately. The minutes of the 1st of July have been circulated. Are members happy with those minutes, or are there anyone who'd like to put an amendment? In that case, are you all happy that I should sign them? Thank you very much indeed. And the 5th of August meeting, similarly, any members got any queries about them, or again, are you happy that I can sign them? General nodding. Thank you very much indeed. I'll sign those at the end and try and remember to give them back this time. Okie doke. Moving on now to item 3, public participation. This is public participation for members of the public who are ready to speak on the general remit of the committee. And we have one speaker tonight in that category, which is Johnny Hayes. So if I'd like to invite Johnny to come up and you have 3 minutes whenever you're ready. You do.
Yeah. Thank you for giving me this opportunity to speak this evening. I wanted to speak about the possibility of recommencing physical site visits to what would be important and contentious sites, where actually being there allows the committee to understand the site and what is being proposed. In my view, these physical site visits are very important. Site visits were stopped with the COVID pandemic. But now that regulations have altered, surely this is time to start again. They provide a much greater understanding of the site, with an opportunity to hear from officers about the application and its impacts. It gives an opportunity for councillors to ask for clarification and see the implications for themselves. Also, for the public to see that the committee have been and seen the site and not just relied on plans, drawings, maps, artistic impressions, elevations, and other things that may help them to make their decision. But the public have the right to ask questions too. So this is very important. Planning decisions have major impacts for developers, perhaps costing them many millions of pounds. But it is the public that's where these decisions might have a major impact on their homes and their lives. The public have the right to question on site before decisions are taken. Can I thank councillors for replying to my emails, which I've been sending out over the last couple of days? So I'd like to thank people for coming back on that. But the objections that, to restarting these physical site visits seem to come down to fears about transport to the sites and fears about health for those with health concerns being transported in minibuses. Now, this is for you to balance the public interest that I feel is hugely weighted in favour of physical site visits and the risks of transport for those few who may have particular health worries. Personally, I think that this is an issue that needs to be resolved quickly. I feel that site visits are very, very important, and I feel that it's crucial that a decision is taken at a time like this. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed. Would anyone like to ask Mr. Hayes, John Hayes, any questions, please? Many members. Nope. I will sit down with the chair of the area planning subcommittee and the development manager and the chief planning officer, and we will discuss and look at your request and see how we can integrate on-site visits for the most controversial applications, and whether or not we'll canvass members about whether they want to go back to on-site visits as a general rule. So thank you very much indeed for that. You managed to make it exactly 3 minutes precisely without me having to remind you. Okay. Moving on now to the actual plans list. The first application is at OS Field 2800 Eastfield Lane, Dunnington, York. It's application 20/01626 full. Now there is a supplementary document here, which is under the heading memorandum. Do you want me to go through this, or do you want to go through it? You can do it if you like, yeah.
No. In terms of the additional information for the first item, there is a memorandum on the front, which is from the Head of Strategic Planning Policy. That's in response to additional objections that we've received. First of all, I'll go through. There is a correction to paragraph 1.4 of the published committee report. I think how it's been set out caused some slight confusion in terms of the unit numbers at the site. So the table that you've got there now is clearer in terms of your 1-bed duplex, your 2-bed duplex, and your 2-bed 2-storey. So it breaks down the total number of affordable units. So then corresponds with the other references to the affordable units within the report. They all correspond with each other. There's also been additional comments and representations received, which we've summarised through bullet points in this, that I'd suggest that we maybe have a couple of minutes to read afterwards. And again, as I said, there's the memorandum that that talks about the concerns about, it mostly covers compliance with policy H2 and the density. So again, if you read that and then the head of spatial policies response, there is also an update regarding public open space on the site. It's considered that there is enough on site, so there wouldn't need to be any further contribution to that. And there's also updates to condition 11 and condition 12 and condition 19. That's just to ensure that they're fit for purpose in terms of that.
Thank you. In terms of this important extra information, I think it would be appropriate if we gave members a few minutes to actually read it and thoroughly digest it. So I'll... Councillor Rowley.
Chair, forgive me for this intrusion, but members of the public haven't seen this particular document. Thank you.
Sorry, are all members happy with that? We'll leave the last page to the second application, if that's okay. Right, if you'd like to take us through the actual plans, thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
Can we ask questions directly relevant to this memorandum now, or do you want us to ask them later?
I would suggest that possibly the best time to do them is after we've had the plans. You can incorporate them within that time.
Right.
If that's okay.
Okay.
Okay, so this is your site location plan, site outlined in red that you can just see here with the cursor. This is a Google Earth image. You can see the application site against the context of the village just along here. This is the extract of the proposals map where you can see the housing allocation here in relation to the rest of Dunnington and the green belt here. On Tuesday, we were asked for a wider site location plan. So this is this wider site location plan to show your existing road network, as you can see here. And this is a photo from the existing field looking towards Curver Lane. View eastbound along Eastfield Lane. View westbound along Eastfield Lane. View east against Eastfield Lane with the existing properties. West, sorry. View towards the rear of Holly Tree Croft. You can just see that just where my cursor is there. View from the southeast corner towards Holly Tree Croft. And then this is your proposed site layout. So the grey is the existing properties here, site boundary, the road improvements along here, and the new properties, public open space within the middle, just along here. And then I'll quickly go through this. This is the duplex unit, the 1/2 bed duplex unit here, your elevations and floor plans. This is the elevations of the 2-bed and the 3-bed terraces, and the 2-bed semi-detached, the 3-bed detached unit, and the 4-bed detached unit. So I'll go back to the site plan. I think that's the one that's probably going to be most use. Okay, I'll leave that there. That's it. Thank you, Chair.
Very much indeed. And
I don't know if you can see, but the ones with the red dots are the affordable housing units.
I've got quite a number of questions, but I'll just ask one to start with in relation to this memorandum that we've got. And paragraph 5, the revised application is proposing 83 dwellings equating to a net site area density of 45 dwellings per hectare. Could the planning officers indicate what that 45 dwellings per hectare would normally be considered appropriate for, i.e. rural village, suburban or urban?
That depends on the site specifics, where it is, the character of the area, what's proposed, whether or not it meets distances within the site. You'd have to look at it on a case-by-case basis. I can't answer that how you wanted me to.
Well, in fairness, given that the site is put down in the local plan as site H31 for 76 dwellings, the fact that we're now supposedly meeting here to determine an application for 83 dwellings, which is way above than what you would normally consider for the density per hectare for a rural village location. Is it not the case that the council's been asked to stretch that definition purely to meet the contribution for the developer for the affordable housing?
No. The site is acceptable in terms of its distances to the existing properties, in terms of distances within the site. the affordable housing has been negotiated with our housing colleagues to achieve what they consider is the best possible for that site. So no, I wouldn't agree with that statement.
Very briefly, one last question on this subject. Isn't it the case then that if the site is entered in the local plan for 76 dwellings, the fact that we're actually meeting to discuss 83 dwellings is a travesty for people that want to make representations into the local plan on that basis of 76 dwellings? Are we denying them their opportunity to make representations on that?
I think we have to consider the application in front of you as it is and consider that. Councillor wants to interject. We have to consider the application that's in front of you, whether or not it's acceptable. We've made a planning balance and made a recommendation on that basis.
Councillor, I'll give you a chance because I think your point is directly relevant. That's correct.
It was a follow-up question. That it would be my understanding that the local plan issue is around the lineage of the green belt and the actual allocation of the site for housing with an indicative housing number, but none of the allocations within the local plan actually are definitive numbers, but merely an area that can be developed and a suggestion about a number of houses, not a definitive number. Is that correct?
Yes, you are correct.
I'll take Councillor Pavlovich. I think your question is on that, and I'll come to Councillor Doty after.
Thank you, Chair. Just in respect of the local plan, my understanding is that the site-specific element of the local plan hasn't actually even reached the examiners. Well, it's been sent to the examiners, but will be subject to another public set of hearings. So for us to consider this as a defined plan within a site within that plan, you made mention of prematurity. Can you just explain why you don't feel that this is premature before the site-specific element of the local plan's been completed?
Yep, no problem. I'll refer you to paragraph 5.9 or page 47, where it specifically explains about prematurity and development being so substantial and its cumulative effect, whether or not it would undermine the plan making. We've considered the size of the site, we've considered this proposal, we've put everything in the balance, and at that point, we don't think that we're in that position. We think we can make a recommendation on this application. Hence why it's in front of you now.
Thank you. Councillor Doty.
Thank you, Chair. As we've seen from the pictures, Eastfield Lane is clearly a typical country lane, shall we say, rather than perhaps an access road you expect for a housing estate. You indicated that there would be some road improvements. Does that include widening and a path for the extent of the lane?
In terms of the improvements proposed on the site layout plan, at the moment where Eastfield Lane changes from a 30-mile-per-hour zone into a national speed limit area, the proposal would be to continue that 30-mile-an-hour section across the site frontage, and incorporating into that pathways, access points for the site itself and the houses.
So there would be a pathway along the full extent?
Yes.
To the front of the site, yes. Not further along the lane, no.
Will the path encompass where all the housing is?
Along, can you see where my red pointer is? There. Is that where you're asking if there's a path along there?
Well, that's the housing for the extra. That's the extra housing. But will the path continue where the other housing is?
No.
In terms of, safe access for residents who don't have to walk?
As part of the work of as part of the proposals, there are also secure drop crossings at the earlier
junctions on.
I'm just going to bring Helen in.
Okay.
Sorry. Sorry, I couldn't see. She totally eclipsed Councillor Crawshaw.
Hi, my name is Helen Drescher. I'm the highway officer. Yes, there will be a footpath across, and then the road is also widened to continue the same width as is existing. Obviously, then it goes back to a single track, or without single track. But yes.
Okay. And just a supplement, please. On page 32, there's indication that highways have got concerns about emergency access. How is that being addressed, please?
We consulted with the fire brigade, and they did not raise any objections to the proposals in terms of the emergency access.
Councillor Waters again.
Thank you, Chair. I must make reference to when officers mention about improvements. If you actually look on that diagram there, the lane going east or to the right, as you would look at the top right, I hardly think it's an improvement to rip out a hedgerow that's probably 250 plus years old and replace it with a widened road and a footpath that's actually leading to nowhere. The whole benefit of Eastfield Lane as a single track road for walking and cycling is just that. It's a single track road with rural hedgerows at the side of it. Why on earth we think it's an improvement to rip out such a hedgerow, to put an extra 7 properties on that side, which again, we go back to the figure of the 76 that was the indicative figure in the local plan, and we're now at 83 properties. If we went back to the 76, we wouldn't need those properties, we wouldn't need the hedgerow ripping out, we wouldn't need the extra footpath, and we wouldn't need the road widening.
Was that a question?
It's a question as to how on earth it can be referred to as an improvement when everybody sat here, barring me, voted for this council to be climate friendly, climate change, you know, and you're just going to sit here and wave a hedgerow to be ripped out for no good reason at all.
It's part of the development proposals. I don't think I can answer that any more than that. It's for the length of the development, and in this instance, it's considered acceptable to accommodate the development.
If you go to page 20 and we go to the bottom of paragraph 3.8 and we go to the top of page 21, your own landscape architect highlights this very fact. .8, the last sentence, on the top of page 21, you can see quite clearly the council's own landscape architect highlights this very fact. This is where you get odds between what you're proposing to be your climate-friendly council, what the landscape architect's proposing, and what highways are proposing. You need to make a decision on what is an improvement and what isn't.
The landscape architect hasn't objected to the proposals. They've said subject to conditions that they're okay with these proposals. Yes, they have made those comments, but they haven't raised objections on that point.
But it's also true that the hedgerow through the centre of the site has been retained to a certain extent. Yeah.
Thank you, Chair. Is it right to change the subject if no one's got a supplementary? Yeah. I was wondering if you could tell us something about the kind of identified affordable housing need for this part of the city, please, because the affordable units are quite weighted towards kind of 1 bedroom and 2 bedroom. Of the 25 affordable units, only 6 of them are kind of family homes. I was just wondering if that's because there's an identified need, particularly for smaller dwellings or family homes, or
that will have been identified through the strategic housing market assessment. I'll get my right words. So yeah, it will have been identified. Our housing colleagues have been very involved in this to ensure that they have got the correct housing for the need of this area. So they do have the knowledge, and they have advised specifically about what they want to see. So not just we've plucked it from somewhere, we have done it with housing colleagues who have the in-depth knowledge of that area.
If I could just ask a supplementary on that, I think I know what the answer will be to this, but when we're calculating affordable housing requirement, and I think it's 30% requirement for this site, is that purely based on the number of dwellings? So 30% of the dwellings, as opposed to 30% of the bedrooms, for example? Because if we have an awful lot of one-bedroom properties on a large site, we might meet the 30% dwelling threshold, but be quite significantly off in terms of the amount of actual space that is available for affordable housing.
Yeah, it is 30% of the dwellings, but we then look potentially, so say other sites in the town centre where it's all apartments, we've looked at part on site and part commuted sum, because then we can use the commuted sum elsewhere. So that's what our housing colleagues negotiate with us as officers, and to try and accommodate the best for that area. So say there might not be, there will be need for a proportion of one bed, but the rest of the commuted sum will go to what else is needed. So it's on a case-by-case basis that they will look at the need in that area and identify what's best for the site.
The reason I'm asking is because based on your updated figures today, I make it 23% bedrooms are affordable and 77% bedrooms are market value, which is quite significantly different than a 30%.
That's a national standard. It's 20% of the unit. Sorry, 30. Each affordable housing is worked out on the units, not on the bedrooms.
That's probably it.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. I've got a question for the archaeologists because I'm aware that they're not going to be here for the full length of the meeting. And they're joining remotely. The condition 3, states that the archaeology will be 3 to 5 sessions. You expressed some concerns about the lack of early archaeological work by the developer. Can you just give me some indication as to, on this site, how long 3 to 5 stages of archaeological investigation would take before any sort of development could take place? I know it's maybe how long is a piece of string, but you will have more experience of this than I do.
Hello. This is Claire McRae, City Archaeologist speaking. Yes, so the condition is a staged condition, which is something that I use all of the time, and it just enables more control over the approval of different parts of the planning condition. So the 3 to 5 stages that you referred to, the first 3 stages are essentially sort of creating a methodology, carrying out the work, and then reporting back to me on the sort of initial findings. So they're the 3 stages that always take place, and that can happen relatively quickly. So on this site, what we need to do is we need to carry out some trial trenching. That's the element that hasn't been done yet. So it really just depends how long it takes the developer to employ the archaeologist and how long it takes the archaeologist to agree with me the methodology and then carry out the work. Depending on the findings in part C of the condition, that's when part D and E sort of come into play. So if the findings merit further work, that's covered by the later parts of the condition and then the relevant dissemination of information and archiving. But in terms of how long it'll take, it is a difficult question to answer because the field work can take place quite quickly, and then the sort of the later reporting and archiving can take place afterwards. But the development could have started at that point, if that makes sense. It's a difficult one to answer on timescales. Sorry.
Councillor Eyre. Yeah, I think that point's gone. Thank you.
when we have follow-ups for our archaeologists. I thought we were trying to use it while we still had the particular time, but no. Mine is on page 47, paragraph 5.92, the reference to the 5-year land supply. Now, the local plan housing figure is around about 780, which gives a 5-year supply of 3,900, which I thought we had in place. Is the 5-year land supply calculated on the figure within the local plan, or is that based on the current government methodology, which is nearer 1,060, I think, per annum?
Right. I have got Alison, the head of spatial policy in the background. So if I'm wrong, Alison, come in. How we've worked it out now, as in the local plan, is worked on 822 dwellings per hectare. That's how we've submitted the local plan now. Sorry?
Dwellings per year.
Yeah, dwellings per year. Sorry, I just, sorry.
The hectare would be a bit cramped.
Well, that would be a bit strange, wouldn't it? Sorry, dwellings per annum. And if it was considered now, it would be 1,026 dwellings per annum. So that's where we would be, but we're not, because we've submitted our local plan already and it's considered as it was submitted.
So we have to demonstrate the higher figure of 5,130 rather than 3,900 when the plan's adopted.
Yes.
So the follow-up question then, I suppose, given the somewhat outrageous comments that come from our local MP, is there in any way, do we have identified brownfield land for 5,130 dwellings in the city in the next 5 years, as he seems to believe we do?
Not that I'm aware of. Alison can come in and correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm not aware of it.
No, we don't. We don't have that amount of supply on brownfield sites.
There you go. As if by magic. Thank you, Alison.
Councillor Waters.
Thank you, Chair. I'm just intrigued by paragraph 3.11 on page 21, when it refers to addressing the high level of local need in a popular location for 1 and 4-bedroom homes. I'd just like to know how local need is defined, because when I turn to page 38, paragraph 5.52, the identified need in the City of York area. So can we have it from officers what we're actually defining here? Is it a local need in Dunnington, or is it a local need in the City of York Council area?
The strategic, oh, hang on a minute, was in, yes, there you go. So street, I can't say it back for me.
The strategic housing land availability assessment.
That looks at the City of York as a whole, but it does also look at areas. And as I've said previously, the housing officer will have that knowledge of exactly how that works and what there are the needs in specific areas. So we know that there's a need as a whole. That's how we have to look at working part of the local plan out, but we also know specifically in areas what the need is for. Say, for example, at this site, we asked for a different type of affordable units because we've had similar ones somewhere else that didn't work. So we've changed and asked for a different type of unit here. So it's that local knowledge that our housing officer has that allows this to be fit for purpose for each area coming forward in terms of the affordability and the need.
Councillor Waters, a follow-up.
So would the allocation of the affordable properties then be restricted to a certain area, i.e. Dunnington? And I might just add that I'm extremely confused with that reference to 1 and 2 bedroom houses are in exceptionally high demand for social rented housing, bearing in mind this committee sits month after month after month and has approved in the last few years thousands of 1-bedroomed dwellings.
I'll refer you to the additional information sheet where it actually outlines that there's 6 1-bed units, the rest are 2-bed, 3-bed and 4-bed. So yes, there are some 1-beds, so there's obviously a need, but this site through the 30% will also accommodate the rest of the units there. So there's significantly more than one bed for this site.
And will there be some geographical restriction on the allocation of these properties then, bearing in mind that you're saying that there's a high level of local need?
I don't understand what you mean by that question, sorry.
Will the affordable housing be reserved for people in Dunnington where there's this high level of local need in a popular location, as per paragraph 3.11?
That'll be worked out with housing colleagues, how the affordable housing is allocated. I don't have the answer to that, I'm afraid.
Councillor Hollier.
Thanks, Chair. Paragraph 5.27 talks about the travel plan and the budget for all that. Note that condition 31 talks about a revised travel plan. Is that to take into account the comments from sustainable travel to increase the budget for that?
Yes, Helen's nodding to me, yes.
Okay, that's great, thank you.
Councillor Waters again.
Thank you, Chair. Well, bearing in mind the travel plan, and if we turn to page 49, where it details the finances, provision of £200 per dwelling contribution towards a public transport pass or cycling equipment, etc., etc. Well, bearing in mind the level of public transport through Dunnington, I would like to be suggesting, when it comes to the conditions later on, that that money, which given the dwellings is about £16,000, actually went towards the legal costs of seeking a closure of Eastfield Lane with the Bridge Road A166 to create a walking and cycling route, rather than just spending it in this manner. Whether officers would find that or not.
I would not consider that closing the Eastfield Lane is necessary and reasonable for this development, so we didn't even discuss this with the applicant.
Yeah.
You can do if you want, yeah.
I would mention that we, following Tuesday's site visit, we have had a discussion with regard to amending the TRO slightly that would allow for no right turns from the development down Eastfield Lane towards the main road. And the applicant was amenable to changing that so that only this development can't turn right to go that access. They would have to turn left out of the site. And that was something that because it was brought up as a concern. So we have had those discussions since Tuesday, and that is something that the applicant is amenable to doing. And Helen is also acceptable. Thinks that we could accommodate that as part of the traffic regulation order.
It just seemed a more beneficial route for that money than actually putting it onto public transport, given the level of public transport in Dunnington and the level of support that's been expressed for actually closing Eastfield Lane off with the junction with the A166 and creating a safer walking and cycling route for everybody, including potential new residents of this development.
But we don't consider that that would be reasonable for this development to have to accommodate that is for the whole of Dunnington. That may have to be looked at separately, but not as part of this development. I would stress that it does say towards a public transport pass or cycling equipment. So it's not prescriptive to which one. It will give the applicant an option of which one they would prefer.
Can I just clarify, this is not an option of no right turn or the active travel money. In this case, it would be both. We get the active travel money for cycling and public transport, and we get a no right turn to make sure that traffic from this site did not go down Eastfield Lane to the east and then hit the incredibly dangerous junction on the A166.
Chair, if I may just come in just to clarify, Sandra Brannigan from Legal Services. Just to clarify, Becky, I think that usually in Section 106 agreements with the whether it's a bus pass or bicycle equipment, I think that we usually do give the occupier the option to elect, not the developer the choice. Sorry, yeah. Just to clarify. Thank you. Sorry.
Are there any other members? Councillor Applevitt.
Just one extra question. The 18 additional spaces at Dunnington School that's mentioned in paragraph 5.76. I'm just working on the proviso that Dunnington School has the space for an additional classroom, do they?
Give me 2 seconds.
In terms of the feedback and guidance we've had from colleagues in education, the requests they have made in terms of the contributions are the ones set out in the report. There hasn't been any sort of discussion around whether that would need to take the form of a new classroom or an extension or.
A number of the objectors are saying that Dunnington School hasn't got the capacity to take the additional. Now, is that where they stand currently, or is that the actual footprint of the building? I mean, it's all very well allocating them additional money if they can't physically take those additional 18 children.
Colleagues in education would have outlined if there was that kind of issue with us. I would have. They usually do give us quite a detailed response if they feel that it can't be accommodated or there is a further issue, and the fact that this is allocated in the local plan as well. Yeah, that's been considered as part of it, so the contribution is considered sufficient to.
Thank you. Councillor.
Might not be one for Councillor Looker, but am I right in recalling the sort of bizarre situation that the secondary school contribution is to Fulford rather than Archbishop Holgate's, which these people would drive past to get to Fulford, is because Fulford is for some reason allocated as the catchment school for Dunnington?
Yeah. I don't know the answer to that, but education obviously do, hence their request. They
it
know
is
where...
definitely.
There we go.
We did try to change it to a different route, but Dunnington residents protested and didn't want to go to Archbishop Holgate. So we gave in, much against my better judgment, and allowed them to go to Fulford. And there has been no revision since then of the eligibility criteria or admissions levels for secondary schools in the city. It possibly is overdue, but at the moment, that's how it stands. And I can tell you my Liberal Democrat colleagues were vocal in supporting the allocation to Fulford rather than Archbishop's. But there you are.
Thank you for clarifying that, Councillor Looker. Any other? Councillor Melly.
Thank you, Chair. In terms of the TRO that we've just discussed and that's in the report, is that something that can be agreed by officers in planning or highways, or is that something that has to be an executive decision by the executive member for transport to approve that and the details?
No, the TRO is part of the planning. It's part of the Section 106 agreement. So, which, if you decide to approve today, what I'll ask is to delegate the end approval to myself, along with Chair and Deputy Chair, and then we'll draft the 106. It'll go and we'll check, and then we'll check it with the Chair and Deputy Chair afterwards. So yeah, it's something that officers negotiate, and then we'll check. That's normally what happens with applications of this type.
Councillor Hollier, I'll give you the first crack this time.
Actually, sorry, I was just wondering, in terms of the no right turn, is the distance, I guess, people would then have to go to Holly Tree Lane sufficient to sort of change the behaviour of just sort of using Holly Tree Lane to turn around and go back again?
Sorry, I missed the beginning bit of that. Can you say it again?
The no right turn out of the side.
Yeah.
If you forced left, presumably you could just turn around in Holly Tree Lane and go back again. But is that distance kind of considered enough that people will sort of feel they can just sort of carry on, or?
People could turn around and also I must say, as a highway officer, we would have no way of enforcing the no right turn. So we can sign it and we can put an order, but we can't enforce it. Only the police can enforce it, and I doubt they would have resources to dedicate to this junction.
Sorry, Councillor Waters next, and then Councillor Crosher. Oh, sorry, supplementary. Okay, very well.
Sorry, if I may just quickly, and I appreciate we might be straying slightly into realms that as a committee we're not able to, but if the logic for saying there should be no right turn is that the junction at the end is dangerous, am I understanding that correctly? And if that is correct, would it not be more sensible to just make the access between the A166 and the end of that new road a one-way?
We did not identify this junction as dangerous as highway officers, and including the road safety officer that I consulted, and also the number of vehicles coming from this development to that junction would be very low, probably less than 5 in the peak hour, which we don't consider is significant enough to ask for these changes.
I would say that I've travelled that road an awful lot, and you do meet traffic regularly. There are only 2 passing places, and there's a very sharp right angle bend. So I do consider that the narrowness of the road is another issue, apart from just the fact you enter the A166, an incredibly fast area where people don't really obey the speed limits. Councillor Waters.
Well, as a supplementary to that, Chair, the simple thing to try and deter people from turning right will be to retain the hedge, not put a footpath there, and not widen the road to the east or to the top right as you're looking at the diagram.
That's an opinion. We'll consider it later. Okay, we're moving on now. Sorry, have you got another question?
I've got a few relating to conditions, if I may, Chair. First condition is condition 4, which I'll link with condition 25. And this is construction environment management plan. Because, as you've been discussing, how critical it is, the fact that you've got basically a narrow country road on one side, and you've got in essence, the same width of a road on the other, bounded by a cemetery and domestic properties. I feel justified in requesting that the construction environment management plan comes back to you, the Vice Chair, and the 2 ward councillors for consideration before it's finally approved. There's precedent with that with the Derwentthorpe camp.
I'm advised that wouldn't be considered reasonable. But
the discharge of condition is, just tell me which condition it was again.
It's condition 4 and condition 25. I think both of those should come back to Chair, Vice Chair, the 2 ward councillors, and we can speak with Parish Council as well.
The issue with that is that it's the local planning authority's decision. We can consult, but it's at the end of the day, it lies with the planning authority to make that decision. So that's the issue that I have with that. I can't necessarily say that you could make the decision. It might not be something that you would necessarily agree with, but it is the local planning authority's decision. So
bearing in mind how critical that is, do we now need to discuss a construction environment management plan and the routing of construction traffic in the event that this was approved? Because as far as I'm concerned, there is only one route for the construction traffic, and that will be direct off the A166, brought into the site off that way, managed by a banksman at either end, one at the site, one at the junction of the Bridge Road, so it avoids any disruption to the cemetery and existing residents.
I think we should discuss that when we come to actually member discussion, if that's okay, rather than take it now.
I just wouldn't want that condition to slip by.
No problem. We'll make sure it's fully assessed. Are there any further questions, by the way, for Alison, our Head of Strategic Planning Policy, or our Claire, our archaeologist, please, because they have to go fairly soon. So are there any further questions which could be directed to them? Do members have any further questions at all? Councillor Waters.
Sorry again on conditions. Condition 17, we've got a period of 10 years. We've extended from the 5 years, but it should be for the lifetime of the development, please.
I was going to bring that up because but I thought you would first.
Right. Condition 29, external lighting design. Condition 29, this is in relation to the lighting. Again, going on with the council's, I think it was the pollinator policy. I do think we need to be very prescriptive as to lighting standards when it comes to urban fringe developments like this. Again, it says that a lighting design plan should be submitted to and approved in writing by the local planning authority. Is this going to take into account that it's urban fringe village lighting standards rather than urban lighting standards, which unfortunately seems to be pushed through all the way through by the lighting department? We need to start making reference to this if we're going to chop away at the greenbelt.
That condition was requested by highways colleagues, and it is reasonable to request that. But yes, we would look at it in terms of the existing lighting in the area, what there is, to make sure it's in keeping with that. So yeah, we can do that as part of that discharge of condition. That's something we can do.
If there are no further questions, I'll move into public participation, and we have 4 speakers today on this particular application. I'll invite them to come up and speak for a maximum of 3 minutes. I'll give you some warning 30 seconds before the end. The first speaker is Peter Morehouse, who is speaking in objection. So if Mr. Morehouse would like to come forward, turn your microphone on, and then, yeah, it's a simple, it's the second, I think it's second button from the button on the left says mic. If you press that, it should come up green.
Yeah, okay. I wish to speak to item 4A. I object to this application and have done so on several occasions, especially with respect to it being in Greenbelt, inadequate plans for drainage of surface water and sewage, site layout and overdevelopment. It's a site earmarked in the emerging York plan. The plan has not yet been agreed and published. We don't know the housing need for York and how this fits in with that need. The application is in Greenbelt currently, and the officer's report accepts it is inappropriate development. My recent objection highlights serious basic errors in the officer's report in calculating housing density, and you should have a copy of that. Your plan, policy H2, has a target density for a village of 35 units per hectare. But what is the upper density limit? 60, 50, 40? Policy H2 has a target density of 40 for suburban areas. So 40 and over is regarded as suburban. The officer suggests a density of 35, paragraph 536 in his report, is appropriate. On a net site of 1.82 hectares, that would require a total of only 64 houses. This application is for 83 houses on a net area of 1.82 hectares, a net density of 46.5 per hectare, which is too high for a village. Housing density for this site is important as it sets a precedent for other sites in the York plan and therefore undermines the officer's argument regarding this as a premature application. If this application is approved, developers will quote the housing density of H31 as a precedent for villages and rural areas. Therefore, it can be argued that this, in the words of NPPF, paragraph 49, would undermine the plan-making process by predetermining decisions about the scale in this case housing density,
Your 30 seconds left, Mr.
location or
Morehouse.
phasing of new development. This application should be rejected on the grounds of prematurity because it will materially influence future decisions on sites designated in the emerging plan, and it is not compliant with policy H2.
Thank you very much indeed, Mr. Morehouse. We'll take your comments into consideration and go into debate. Thank you very much. Are there any questions? No questions? Oh, sorry, Councillor Waters, you have one, sorry.
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Morehouse, I see you've got a copy of the memorandum in front of you. How do you feel paragraph 5 answers the queries that you've made as regards densities?
Sorry, which memorandum are you talking about? So this one here. As a member of the public, I can only work on the figures that I see in reports from York City Council. On the face of it, the planning officer's report, when he calculated the housing density, used the total area of the site. He didn't use the net area of the site. And as I put in my memorandum, David Wilson Holmes in their design and access statement said this site had a net area of 1.82 hectares. That is what should be used in calculating housing density, not the total site area, which is what the planning officer quoted in his report to this committee. I raised this with in an objection on the 6th of September. I put these points to the planning officer. Seems to have been ignored.
Any further questions to Mr. Morehouse?
And I just don't feel as though it's been taken seriously. And I note in this memorandum that there would appear to have been a shift in the goalposts in paragraph 7, but I don't understand that because it's very technical. Okay, there seems to have been some reassessment of this in the light of the strategic housing and land availability assessment. There's no mention of that to the public. So I really would like to know, why are we now talking about the gross or total site, the area of this site, and not the net? Because the policy H2 requires the net density to be compliant with policy H2, not the gross density of the site, the total site. Incidentally, there is a mistake in paragraph 8. I would suggest, because the actual site size, which is quoted here as 2.5 hectares, is 2.37 because the owner of the market garden has taken his dwelling out of the total area. So the actual total area of the site is not 2.5, it's
just correct you, it's the allocation, size of the allocation of the site in the local plan. That's the 2.5 hectares that is allocated in the local
plan.
Sorry,
I can't hear. I didn't have
Sorry,
a hearing problem.
That's the site allocation in the local plan, 2.5 hectares.
Excellent.
Okay. Thank you very much. Our next speaker is Councillor Martin Rowley, who is the ward councillor for Oswald and Derwent, and he's speaking in objection. I think you know the routine, Councillor Rowley, by now.
I do, Chair.
Away you go with 3 minutes when you're ready.
Chair, members, I'm here today to speak as the ward councillor against item 4A on your agenda. This site is currently greenbelt land, and despite the local plan seeking to change that designation, at the time of your making this decision, it is greenbelt land. The NPPF, which is your Bible, chapter 13, clearly looks to protect greenbelt land. Paragraph 140 of that particular NPPF chapter states this: once established, greenbelt boundaries should only be altered where exceptional circumstances are fully evidenced and justified. I don't believe that this application has provided either exceptional circumstances or fully justified its approval. An argument put forward by the City of York Council will be the need for the increase in housing stock within the city to meet the government targets. I accept that this is a genuine need. However, there are multiple acres of brownfield sites inside the A64 and Ring Road boundary that could be developed for this purpose. Yet, this committee continues to approve applications for poorly designed and ill thought out student accommodation blocks where the current average occupancy of the main university and private blocks is between 65 and 70%. However, returning to the matter in hand, I'd like to draw your attention to the impact on the openness of the Greenbelt should this application be approved. 2 of the buildings on the site have been subject to an enforcement order for demolition since May 2012. The impact on the site would have been even greater had CYC enforcement enforced the demolition. In turning down the retention of those buildings, the report talked about the reducing the visible openness of the site, the directing views into surrounding open countryside. It concluded that impact upon the openness of the Greenbelt is therefore also unacceptable. The council is therefore being inconsistent to say that putting houses on the site would have a limited impact on the openness of the Greenbelt. The report that you have in front of you talks about rounding off the north corner of the village. What moving the Greenbelt boundary here would do would leave most of the east side set back from the new boundary at the north, so not rounding it off. The report says in paragraph 5.9 that the property known as the Market Garden would remain within the Greenbelt boundary. This would mean that the Greenbelt boundary from Eastfield Lane to the boundary at the back of Curver Lane would consist of 4 lines as opposed to the present 2, a more complicated boundary which leaves open the question of rounding off in more places. You have or will hear from other speakers opposed to this application who will bring up other issues such as archaeology, ecology, trees and landscaping, affordable housing, highway network management, public rights of way, flood and risk draining, and the protection of open spaces, to name but a few. With good reason, this application has been opposed by the Ward Committee, Dunnington Parish Council and the York Outer MP. I have often sat in these meetings and heard members say with a sigh, I see no planning reason not to approve this application. Not approving an application that is currently on Greenbelt land is a reason, and one lifted straight from the NPPF. It is a very strong reason not to approve this application, and I urge members to do this. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Do members have any questions for Councillor Rowley? I think I saw Councillor Eyre put his hand up.
Thank you, Chair. I didn't think I was going to be able to ask this question, so I thank Councillor Rowley for his comments. You said there are multiple sites on brownfield land inside the A64 to cover all this land. The local plan, which was proposed by a Conservative council leader, did not find enough land inside the brownfield areas of York in the A64, hence this site was included. Are you saying that leader was wrong, and have you identified a substantial amount more brownfield land that our own planning officers admitted at the beginning they have been unable to locate to deliver that housing need?
Thank you, Councillor. If I might be able to answer that question, Chair. So I wasn't party to that discussion. I wasn't party to the decision that was made by the previous administration, having only been appointed as a councillor in 2019. What I can say is I have sat on planning committees. I have seen numerous applications coming through for student accommodation blocks on brownfield sites, which could be used for affordable housing and an increase in the housing stock. There is an application coming before you in the autumn for a brownfield site that is currently on James Street, where the applicant will want you to approve 330 new student accommodation rooms following the demolition of Alton Cars. That to me is a brownfield site. That could be looked at for affordable housing rather than encroaching into the Greenbelt.
I'll have a chat with you afterwards because I do believe those count as affordable housing towards the government targets. But my follow-up question was actually around the comments of MP Julian Sturdy and the ones you made. As we heard earlier on, the NPPF guidance actually at the moment, because the local plan has not been adopted, increases the annual housing target from 780, which is what this is required to meet in the local plan of 780, to over 1,000. That's an extra 240 or 226 houses per annum. Do you still see that even with the pressure under the NPPF of a 5-year land supply of 1,026, which would require an extra 5,000 houses on top of the ones allocated in the local plan, do you still believe there is adequate brownfield sites to deliver those houses in the local plan and an additional 5,000 voted through by Julian Sturdy?
Yeah, so again, I believe yes, there are a number of areas that could be looked at for affordable and new housing to increase the housing stock, and they could be within the A64 ring road boundary. There are plenty of greenfield sites that are within the boundary, rather than going to the very edges and extremes of a village and encroaching into the green belt land.
Councillor Ray, could I ask you a question myself? Which power does the council have to dictate to developers when they apply for housing or student accommodation? Could you tell me what's the difference in planning terms between student accommodation and housing?
I would have to say that I don't have that knowledge, Chair, to tell you that. However, what I do know is that there are discussions that take place on a regular basis with the city planners and with developers, and also there would be opportunities, I'm sure, for the City of York Council to look at brownfield sites and what is approved and what is applied for.
I gave the answers. It's none and none.
Yeah, no, and I accept what you're saying.
Councillor Pavlovitz.
Councillor Rowley, can I just clarify, do you believe in any development outside the A64 in the green belt? Or is it just not in Dunnington?
It sounds like a bit like NIMBY, isn't it, really? But I think that there are adequate sites. I believe there are adequate greenfield sites within the A64 and the outer ring road boundary that would enable the housing stock to be built. I don't believe that in this instance, taking greenbelt land on the very edge of a village like Dunnington is the right thing to do. I don't have a knowledge of other wards, of other greenbelt land, but I personally think there is enough greenfield and brownfield sites available.
That's all right.
Sorry, but that was a sort of shift because you said brownfield inside the A64. So now, just to clarify, your position is greenbelt development is fine inside the A64, just not outside the A64.
I think
Mike.
Thank you. I have a loud enough voice, but I understand the mic is important. My situation, my take on the area of development is that if we need to go into a greenfield site, I believe there is enough greenfield site within the A64 and the outer ring road boundary. I don't believe that it is right to go to the very edge of a village that is currently in greenbelt land to make a development.
Councillor Waters.
This isn't so much a question, it's just a little statement, Chair, that this current debate and the questions to Councillor Rowley highlight why it is so premature to be actually determining this application. These are questions for the local plan examination in public.
Right, are there any further actual questions rather than statements? In that case, I'll thank you, Councillor.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, members.
And we'll take your views into consideration when we move into debate. Our next speaker is Andrew Dykes, who is representing Dunnington Parish Council and is speaking in objection to the development on behalf of Dunnington Parish Council.
Thank you, Chairman. Good evening, everybody. I'm Councillor Andrew Dykes on Dunnington Parish Council. There's four main points that I'd like to focus on. The first one is prematurity. The Parish Council has maintained from the offset that this application was premature. There's no approved local plan or neighbourhood plan in place, although they are well in hand. A development of this size should not be considered until these plans are in place. Therefore, There is no justification to try and railroad this particular application through. The second one is the Greenbelt. This proposed development is in the Greenbelt. At the end of the initial consultation period, your officer wrote a report dated 12th November 2020, which stated it is necessary for the applicant to demonstrate that very special circumstances exist to justify development in this Greenbelt location, which does not appear to have been undertaken. The developer was given the opportunity to revisit their submission and did so after 3 months or so. There were no significant changes made in respect of the proposed development other than increasing the number of dwellings from 78 to 83. So what is the difference from November 2020 to now? Absolutely nothing from our view. The third is special circumstances. We're unable to accept any foundation to the special circumstances stated. They are weak and a very liberal interpretation of what special circumstances mean in relation to the Greenbelt. The fourth item is sustainability. There are many points that I could raise here, but I will mention just one. This site is located at the far end of the village, at the furthest point from the public bus service. The current service is barely adequate. We have lost alternative services in recent years, which has compounded the matter. The only service available is to the city centre or Stamford Bridge from the village. We cannot get any support for a dedicated cycleway or footpath out of the village towards the city centre along what is a very busy road and which is part of a national cycle route. You are taking your life into your hands if you are on foot or cycling along this stretch of York Road to the 1079. As a consequence, this new development will substantially increase the number of vehicle movements and goes against the policy to encourage the use of public bus services and/or to encourage cycling.
You have 30 seconds.
I would reiterate that the parish council has opposed this proposed development from the start and has also opposed the proposed change to the Greenbelt in the local plan at this particular location. If this planning application is approved, then it makes a mockery of the planning process and policy. It also leaves the door wide open for developers to submit plan applications on Greenbelt land and expect them to be approved. You will be setting a dangerous precedent. This planning application should be refused on these grounds alone. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there any members got any questions which they'd like to ask Councillor Dykes? Councillor Waters.
Thank you, Chair. Councillor Dykes, bearing in mind you're representing the people who've done it, and if this application was determined and approved tonight, how would you feel your representation for the Dunnington residents in the local plan process would be? Would you feel disenfranchised is what I'm actually saying?
We'd be disappointed. We didn't think that, I think we would think the planning process wasn't treated and dealt with properly. So we would be very disappointed.
Are there any further questions from Councillor Dykes? Nope, in that case, I'll thank you for your contribution.
Thank you.
Your comments when it comes to debate. Our final speaker tonight is Stuart Knackers. Sorry, apologies. Still haven't got over my cataract operation. I still can't read little print. He's speaking in person and he is the agent for the applicant in support.
What?
3 minutes. I'll be a little bit lenient because there have been 3 speakers in objection, so I'll give you perhaps a little bit more longer, but not much more.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, members. Thank you. There's quite a bit that we've heard so far, but the main thing that keeps coming up is Greenbelt, and that's what I want to focus on. First of all, very quickly on the density. Density isn't a simple maths game. You have to look at the site and the way it's being laid out. In simple terms, if we took maths and took away the duplex units and put those as 1 unit, the density comes down, but it looks exactly the same. So actually what I invite you to do on density is look at the plan, look at the gaps between the building, look at the spaces, look at the open space. That's the way that this should be considered, not by simply doing a calculation of figures, because it's very easy to manipulate in terms of how that could work. In terms of the Greenbelt, look, it's a very emotive issue and it's one that we heard many times, and I'm sure you'll hear it many more over the coming months. The site is in the general extent of the Greenbelt, which is slightly different to being in the Greenbelt because it's never been assessed on its merits. It was put in through the RSS. Assessing on its merits is a job for the York local plan, which is coming forward. And that assessment that's been taken forward has determined that it shouldn't be in the Greenbelt. It should actually be taken out and put forward for housing. In terms of the Greenbelt, the policy is quite simple. Housing is inappropriate development by definition and should only be allowed in very special circumstances. So the question before you today is a balancing act. What's the harm, what's the very special circumstances, and which outweighs the other? In terms of Greenbelt, policy is very clear that the most important feature is openness. Openness isn't simply don't build anything on a site because that will take it away. It's a more subjective view, and it's a holistic view looking at the whole of the York Greenbelt and the whole of the area. Yes, simply putting something where something doesn't exist could be said to impact openness, but it's not as simple as that when you apply policy and look at it. The second element of the Greenbelt is the purposes of the Greenbelt, and there are 5. And if we look at those, the first one is that it should prevent merging of towns. The development of this site will not merge any towns. You could see that from the large expansive plan earlier. It should preserve this historic setting of towns, the historic setting being York. It clearly does. It should prevent urban sprawl of the main urban area. The main urban area is York, not the individual sites around it and the individual settlements, so it complies. And we should encourage the reuse of PDL, previously developed land, of which half of this site is, probably the only Greenbelt site in the plan. And we should prevent encroachment into the countryside, which again we don't do because there's a greenfield and then there's development. This has all been agreed by the council. The 2005 plan allocated, the 2018 did, and the council's evidence did. So what are the VSCs? Well, their housing need. There's only a 2.2 to 2.8 year supply. The council only delivered 182 last year, and the affordability crisis is worsening. The current ratio is 30% higher in York than it is nationally and 62% regionally. There are 4,000 affordable homes needed at the moment through the backlog, and in the last 3 years, only 12 from planning permissions. If the Vikings built 4 per year, they would still be building, trying to get affordable housing met in this city at this moment in time. So this site is a motive. However, refusing it today doesn't stop the site coming forward. It merely delays it. The allocation is a plan put forward by the council. It is very difficult to look at these things, but we have to face the problem head on. In terms of need, we hear that there's lots of brownfield sites. We hear that there's lots of sites elsewhere. They simply don't exist. We all know that they don't exist, so difficult decisions have to be made. If the application is approved today, the plan will come forward and it will allocate the site and homes will come forward. But what will happen in that 2 to 3 years? The shortfall will increase, the affordability crisis will worsen, young people in Dunnington will move away, people on sofas will stay on sofas, people living with their parents will, and the students that offer so much to this city will move and go elsewhere and provide those competing cities with something different. We have to do something about this and we have to do it now, and hopefully you will support this application to assist in that.
Oh, no, Chair, I didn't have my hand up. I was just pointing out that your microphone isn't on. That's it.
Thank you very much for keeping restraint. Sorry, Councillor Bowell, please.
Thank you very much. Paragraph 3.2 on page 19 states that this site was discussed at pre-application stage back in 2018.
So I can just grab the agenda.
That's all right. That wasn't the crucial bit of the question.
Let's have it in front of me just in case.
3.2, the site was discussed at pre-application stage back in 2018. A number of early evaluation investigations. It doesn't make any difference. I'm going to make a slightly different point, but that's the relevant bit. How long have you been considering this application and this site? And I have a supplementary, depending on what your answer is.
Yeah, I mean, this site has been considered for, well, in excess of 5 years. I mean, I think the date of the publication draft of the local plan was 2018. We were promoting the site ahead of that. So we've made representations at every stage of the plan, and we've been to all stages of the examination so far. So the site's been put forward. I think it was included in the 2005 plan as a draft allocation. That didn't come forward. And obviously, look, pre-application discussions go on at various times throughout having sites in order to establish the sort of the key parameters on site.
Thank you. So you've been considering this as an active site, let's call it, for the sake of argument, 5 years.
Yeah.
We're now in October. The Greenbelt definition boundary is coming to examination imminently, certainly within the next few months. You couldn't hang on for another few months before bringing this application. when all of the arguments that you've just made will have been concluded and determined? It just seems odd that you've brought it here now, as opposed to waiting, and then issues relating to the Greenbelt would have been resolved.
Well, with respect, it's a very ambitious timetable for the local plan. The hearing sessions that are due to take place in, let's say, December, are effectively a rerun of the hearing sessions that we had 2 years ago in December, which are about the holistic matters on housing need, etc. And at those sessions, the Greenbelt matter was deferred. Well, sorry, not deferred. Further information was asked on Greenbelt in terms of the principle and how the council were dealing with it in terms of exceptional circumstances setting the boundary for the first time. And the inspector asked for a host of new work to be done, which has now been carried out. It was consulted on in May, I think, and that may come forward this year. My guess is it will probably be early next year. Now, that's simply to look at those in principle matters, so effectively a phase 1B of the examination. The actual site specifics, the inner boundary, the external boundary, the individual settlements is the next stage of that. And I would hazard a guess that that would probably be a further year. So actually, that isn't going to be discussed in December of this year because we haven't had any questions on that from an inspector. They're not looking at it. They've been very clear that's another stage. So in regards of when those boundaries are set, my guess is that you're looking at probably at least 2 years for that local plan to be adopted, which is where the concerns come about the delays of not approving now.
Yeah. Thank you. Councillor.
It's just sort of a supplementary on that one in many ways. So obviously, one of the key special circumstances you have here is the lack of the 5-year land supply. If you were to wait, for example, 3 months, as Councillor Pavlovich suggested, and somebody else put in an appeal or a reversal of a decision and got, say, 1,200 homes elsewhere that met the 5-year land supply, your special circumstances would then go out the window and you wouldn't be able to progress the site on the basis of that. Is that correct?
No, I disagree with that. I mean, I think the 5-year land supply is a lot more grave than 1,200 homes. I mean, I think the last time it was challenged that appeal, it was set somewhere between 2.2 and 2.6 years. And that was probably using the previous housing requirement rather than the 1,000, which is now talked about under the standard method. The very special circumstances that I outlined, part of that is the 5-year land supply. And well, actually, it's not even the 5-year land supply. That's slightly misleading. It's the shortfall of homes that are being delivered in the city. I think against 867 that are required at the moment, the average over the last 10 years has been around about 560 homes. Last year was only 180. Yes, I accept last year was very different for obvious reasons, but the numbers aren't being met. The 5-year land supply isn't coming forward quickly, but then the knock-on from that is the affordable, which is an even graver concern in the city.
I'll take Councillor Waters first.
Thank you, Chair. With respect to everybody and the Speaker, once again, these are questions that really, well, what's just gone prior are questions that should be addressed at a local plan inquiry rather than with a specific application. But going back to the specific application, were this to be approved, would you as the developer be willing to sign up to a very, very stringent construction environment management plan along the lines of construction traffic only coming in one way on Eastfield Lane, i.e. off the main road, and avoiding going in front of people's houses and the cemetery? To my practical mind, it's eminently workable with 2 banksmen, walkie-talkies and such like. And I speak with experience over many years of how Derwentthorpe was developed and the disruption which is still ongoing to residents to this day after 10 years of it. Would you be willing to sign up to something very stringent and prescriptive?
Yeah, I mean, just first of all, in terms of the local plan comments, I mean, the local plan is in progress, but the local plan isn't happening quickly, and it is worsening the situation for people who need homes all the time. So the fact that we've put a planning application and isn't precluded by the fact that the local plan is ongoing, it happens all the time in many various locations. And ultimately, this application has to be considered against those policies. In terms of the construction environment management plan, I don't see any objection to what you're suggesting. Construction environment management plans happen on sites. Personally, I think it's important to liaise with residents and the town parish council to have those discussions, and local councillors, whether that be you or whether it's a different ward member, to talk about what are the local issues, people know them, and work in what can be worked in.
Well, thank you for that, and I'll throw that back to Becky if it's needed in turn.
Councillor Crawshaw.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to, you've mentioned affordable a couple of times in your sort of very special circumstances, and you'll have heard us having some conversation about the mixture of the types of affordable dwellings that are being brought forward in this development. And also, I think perhaps a suggestion made that one of the reasons why the density increased slightly was to meet the affordable requirement. I just wondered if you could outline a little bit of your, what the rationale was from your perspective in terms of the mix of affordable that's been delivered. I obviously was concerned about the number of actual bedrooms as opposed to dwellings. And also, whilst I absolutely recognise it's not really a planning consideration, I just would like a bit of a gauge on what the rest of the development will be in terms of, market value. Are you anticipating this as being very high end, as being sort of midpoint stuff? Because obviously when we talk about affordable, a lot of people in the city just turn around and say, well, none of it's affordable. So if you could just give us a little bit of an outline on those 2 points, that'd be really helpful. Thank you.
Certainly. I mean, if we can pick up on the last point about affordable not being affordable, it is something that people do mention all of the time, and I think that it's even more so problematic in York because it's supply and demand to an extent. So the lack of supply over the years has sent prices skyrocketing, and the figures I touched upon earlier, they looked at the ratio between sort of earnings and affordability of housing, and it is, as I say, 30% higher in York. So we have to look at how that can be dealt with, and that's just looking at the mix in terms of rent and discount for sale. The mix is smaller properties. That's what the discussions that we've had with the affordable housing officer and the council's team has been. We find that that's not uncommon. Leeds is very similar. Their open market housing requirements 3 and 4 bedrooms. Their affordables 1 and 2 bedroom properties. It sort of makes sense in very simple anecdotal evidence of many people who want affordable are those sofa surfers, the people who are still living with the parents, the younger people in the area who want somewhere to live and are first-time buyers, and they usually want a 1 or 2 bedroom property to get on the ladder and then be able to move on to the 3 and 4 bedroom properties. They get families, etc. So I think through the discussions that we've had, there is a need across the city, but then also within this area for local people and local needs to have smaller properties and move on to them. So that's really where the mix has come from. That there has been a lot of discussion, even sort of leading up to the end of the process. And as I say, by having those smaller units, you automatically get a higher density. It doesn't mean that they're being crammed on. It just means that where you may have had a detached 5-bedroom house, you've got two bedroom properties, and that immediately doubles the density of your scheme without actually changing anything on site from an appearance perspective.
Any further questions? Councillor Douglas and then Councillor Kelly.
Thank you, Chair. I have a question about the public open space. I noticed that it says in the report that it won't necessarily be adopted by the council. So if it isn't adopted, how will the maintenance be paid for? Does it imply that there'll be a service charge for the residents on the site? Thank you.
Yes, there's often adoption issues with, we're happy to have conversations with the council if the council are offering to adopt it. If not, then the standard way to it is to have a management company who can look after that open space, maintain it, and that would come from a service charge from the properties.
Yes.
So for the affordable housing, will there be a gradation in service charge, or will everybody be charged the same amount? Thank you.
I think it will come down to how the affordable houses are managed. So if it's a discount for sale and the people own the houses themselves, then they may have a gradual impact. That's how, well, it'd be how it's in the Section 106. So the Section 106 agreement will have that. In normal terms, because they owned the house, they would just pay the management company. However, if the Section 106 felt that it was prudent to have a reduction, then it could include clauses in there For those that are the affordable rented properties, then it would be the landlords themselves who would be due to that. And again, I think it would be discounted and could include it in that.
Thank you. Councillor Melly.
Thank you, Chair. How will the homes be heated?
I would imagine it will be by gas if it's in the area. I'll be honest, I'm not sure how they'll be heated, but I would imagine it would be gas if it is in the local area, and that's what the surrounding properties have got.
Thank you. Any further questions? Can I just ask you one question? Did I hear you correctly? You said there's only 12 affordable homes that have been approved in the last year.
So I was quite astounded by this. The council were asked to do an updated affordable housing paper for the updated evidence to the local plan examination, and it looks at the homes that will be delivered over the plan period, and the vast amount of affordable homes to be delivered in the plan period are to come from the allocated sites. It then identifies windfall sites approved from the end of 2017, which have delivered 12 homes is what that document says. Now, I know that there's been an awful number of student homes, which wouldn't include affordable, and there's also been a number of office to resi conversions, which made up a large amount of developments in that early stage of it, which also wouldn't include affordable housing, which probably includes for that. But it's a quote taken from the council statement. And then there's a list of the windfall developments within that.
Did you bother to look through the actual applications that have been approved by the council?
No,
because I've just been through them and I found almost 100. Because there's the Burnham Hub, there's Duncan Park, Duncan Barracks, and a large number of others which have been approved. So I think that 12 is
and I'm just saying, I'm just quoting what was in the council's report that listed those sites.
Thank you. Okay, any further questions for Mr. Marcus? Nope. Well, in that case, I think this would be a very appropriate time to take a recess to allow members to have a comfort break and members of the public to use the loos. So I will now adjourn the meeting for, shall we say, 10 minutes, come back at 6:20. Thank you. Okay, welcome back. We're now moving into further questions for officers, and I know Councillor Pavlovich has just told me he's got a question which he would like to direct to our Director of Strategic Policy. So, and she has to go, so I'll over to you.
Thank you, Chair, and I am mindful of the fact that Alison needs to leave, so thank you to the rest of the committee. Just in respect of the comments made by the applicant or the agent for the applicant in respect of the local plan, he's talking about 2 years before the local plan is likely to be in a position to be adopted. Can she tell me what the next stage is and how that relates to the green belt?
Hi, it's Alison Cook, Head of Strategic Planning Policy. Yes, Councillor Pavlovich. So the next stages of the sessions, we actually, I can't fully confirm what they're going to be covering, as we are yet to receive notification from the inspectors in terms of proceeding forward to those next stages. However, the indication is that we will be revisiting some of the in-principle matters. So the in-principle matter of York's Greenbelt will be is likely to be discussed. It's formed one of our principal evidence bases we've just completed consultation on. So I fully anticipate we will be looking at the principle of York's Greenbelt and potentially the detailed boundaries as we move forward.
Thank you. Are there any other questions for Alison before, so that she can go if anyone's got questions? It might be a good idea to put them now. Nope, in that case, Alison is perfectly at liberty to go off to do whatever she wants to do for the rest of the evening. Are there any other questions for other officers, please? Councillor Melly.
Thank you, Chair. Excuse me. I was just wondering if you have any idea of the rough densities of the surrounding existing housing or the wider area of Dunnington. I'm just wondering if this density of is it 45 dwellings per hectare is vastly out of character or sort of in keeping with the existing housing densities of the area?
I don't know the existing densities, but we've gone on, obviously. You can see the plan there and the existing housing and the relationship it has and the relationship that this new housing. We've considered that it's similar to the existing. I mean, I can't say we've worked it out mathematically, but as planners, we've made an assessment of the character of the existing area and the character of this proposal, and that's how we've come to a judgment on that it's acceptable.
Any further questions? Councillor Eyre.
Yeah, I was pretty much asking about all this. It's that question about prematurity and the role of the planning committee. So, as far as I'm aware, local plan covers all development, both housing and non-housing economic sort of allocations across the city. People have made representations both on sites that have been allocated and also sites that have not been allocated. Is that then the case that the planning committee couldn't take a decision on any of the applications that came forward on the basis that it's part of the local plan and people have made representations and therefore those representations have been ignored?
No, because you as a planning committee have made a decision on a site, such site, the site you may remember for DLP, is that the right, Northminster DPD distribution centre, that was Greenbelt allocated for business. We brought this exactly the same as this one, gave you the very special circumstances and considered it on a case-by-case basis. So no, this committee has made a similar decision on an employment site.
Councillor Waters and then Councillor Crawshaw.
Just as a supplementary to that, Chair, and correct me if I'm wrong, I don't seem to recall that there was unresolved objections to that employment site. And I think the very special circumstances to that employment site was basically, if you don't allocate it, we'll take the jobs elsewhere. Whereas, presumably, if this runs its course through the local plan process, the land's still going to be there to build on for the developer at the end of it.
think that's more of a statement than a question.
Well, the question to the officer was, correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't think there was any unresolved objections to the employment site at Poppleton that we dealt with.
I think there may have been, but I don't know for certain. But yeah, as I've said, it's on a case-by-case basis that we make these recommendations and we take into consideration the very special circumstances. That's what we've done in this case, hence why we've come to the recommendation we have.
To be precise, the parish councillors for Poppleton and the ward councillor both objected to that development there. So there were objections, but Councillor Crawshaw and then Councillor Walby.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to clarify the sort of hierarchy of decision making in this application. So we have the 2018 draft local plan that has it as an allocation, and there's a question mark about whether the density, housing density is in line with what it's been allocated to. And then there's a question about Greenbelt and whether it's appropriate development or not. Am I correct that our logic should be we address the Greenbelt question first, and then if we decide that it's acceptable for development because of special circumstances, we then consider how it fits with the allocation and whether we think that the density is appropriate? Do we look at it the other way around to say this is actually an allocation that is coming forward? Are we happy that it meets that? On the basis that it meets that, then actually we think that this has met the special circumstances because it does that. What's the, or do we just have to look at it all in the round? I mean, I just wanted to get a steer on the whether there is any hierarchy in those two different parts of the decision making, I suppose.
There's no right and wrong way. It's all about the planning balance. You'll see in the case officer's report, we have considered the Greenbelt first. And then we do round it up with the very special circumstances and a conclusion. So yes, the Greenbelt is usually taken first, but it then has to go in the rounds with everything else, including your very special circumstances and all the harm and all the mitigation, to then make your planning balance and your decision. So I can't answer that in a definite way, but that's how we've done it in terms of the report.
So I suppose, without prejudging anything, what I'm getting at is just thinking in terms of, it would be theoretically possible for the committee to decide that there were special circumstances that enabled development, but then actually to say the application is over the density that we think is acceptable based on the allocation in the 2018 local plan. And so that might be a grounds by which the committee would say, actually, we're not comfortable with that.
Yeah, you could do, but you'd obviously have to look at the application in relation to the surrounding area. It meets all the distances required in terms of planning policy. There's sufficient amenity space. There's everything you would expect on a development of this size, hence the recommendation.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. And I'm sorry if this question's been asked more intelligently and I haven't understood it. But I just want to make it clear. So you think, because one of the speakers said that the special circumstances were quite weak, do you find them that they're strong enough to acceptable, shall we say? Because yeah, the Greenbelt. Thank you.
Yes, simple answer is that we've looked at everything in the round and then come to a conclusion in the planning balance that I always talk about, the planning balance, the very special circumstances, and outweigh the harm plus the mitigation of the condition. So yeah.
Sorry, any further questions for officers? No, in that case, we'll move into debate. Councillor Eyre.
Thank you, Chair. I'm not sure if this is just me, by the way, but when you get asked to put your microphone on, I can't actually hear any difference between when you don't have it on and do have it on. So my hearing's going on. I'm not sure if the speakers are switched on. It's just obviously it's imperative for the webcast, but I doesn't seem any louder when you switch the microphone on than when you don't have it on in the room. But that's not my point, by the way. That's and for those reasons, I think I'd start by saying if I had a magic wand, we wouldn't be where we were. I wouldn't be having the housing targets that have been imposed on us by central government. I wouldn't be having the affordability ratios, in all fairness, that are imposed on us by central government. I'd like to see probably less houses overall and more affordable houses being delivered overall in terms of that. But we have to work within the NPPF and all its many failings. And I'm probably pleased to say that I have none of the traits required to be a Conservative frontbench MP. And with those limitations, I'm unlikely to be able to change national planning policy anytime soon. So we have to deal with the application that we have in front of us. I don't believe it does prejudice the local plan for the reasons we've discussed. I think that has gone through and that's been covered within the report. We are able to take those decisions. I think on that basis, we also don't take it as an allocation within the local plan, and that does carry very, very limited weight. I know Councillor Crawshaw mentioned it. It's a balancing act, I think, is always we used to be taught that you put things on this side and you put things on this side, and wherever you feel the weight sits, that's the decision we take. So the reality is that our housing allocation has very limited weight. The site is greenbelt and should be treated as in the greenbelt, and that's the basis on which I've looked on the report. It's great to have Councillor Looker back. I think now we're back to greenbelt debates. I think planning has never been the same without having sort of cross-table debates with Councillor Looker about greenbelt, and predominantly around caravan sites and the impact of caravans and children on the openness of the greenbelt. But this is probably a little bit more serious than those debates that we've had. So the answer being that it is in the greenbelt and that carries significant weight in our planning decisions, we have to weigh that against what are those very special circumstances. And they're the ones that are outlined on page 44, paragraph 5.82. I think it's important we look at the scale of development within Dunnington. I think it's very important we don't, as seems to be suggested, I think by some of the public speakers, local ward council particularly, draw a drawbridge up around Dunnington and say nobody else is welcome in the village apart from those that have already been there. I think it was eloquent within the report itself that residents of Dunnington stated that their own children were unable to afford to live in Dunnington, and without some supply of housing within Dunnington, that situation will get worse, and the children of those residents of Dunnington will have to move and will have to live elsewhere and won't have that choice. And I don't think that's something we should do. I do think the report also highlights that the importance of setting those greenbelt boundaries, and the key I come to is that further preservation of the historic character and setting of York. The reason we have a local plan and the reason we look to set those greenbelt boundaries was to ensure that we can preserve the historic character and setting of York. That's something of a unique designation in York. Many people say it was actually added to the greenbelt definitions purely to protect York because of its unique nature. And that's what I look at this in terms of, and managing that development within greenbelt, as the evidence shows, again, despite some of the comments we had from the ward councillors and the comments of the MP, there is not enough brownfield sites to deliver all the housing that the Conservative government insists we build. There has to be some take on the greenbelt. It should be managed. It should be managed through a local plan process. That's what will preserve the historic character and setting. If we don't do that, we end up in a situation where we set planning by appeal. And I have absolutely no doubt if this was to be refused, it would be taken to appeal. And I don't think that would be won on appeal. And I don't want a situation where, I know some fellow councillors do think that planning should be taken out of the hands of the local authority and handed over to central government. I don't believe that. And I don't want the planning inspector sitting in London or wherever they sit to actually be the ones that decide on what is and isn't greenbelt in our city. That is the role of the local plan. And we need to take responsible decisions on the basis of that. The 5-year land supply is a significant issue, and it is again, it's that Conservative government that have added that 5,000 homes onto our housing target on top of the local plan that we have to take this against, and that's what leads us to the 2.2-year supply rather than the probably would be 4.2-year supply if we had the adopted local plan. And that's the reality, and that's the reality that the planning inspector will consider when looking at this in terms of an appeal. So I think with all that, I think the last comment around density, I think, again, that's another one we have to balance. I think you can reduce density on the site. That's absolutely true. Reducing density reduces the number of units, reduces the overall profitability of the site. What that tends to do, and the negative impact on that, is it reduces the affordability quota. And if you knock that down from 84 back to the 76, which it was indicative, you would lose probably a third to a half of those affordable units. So again, that's that planning balance of saying, do we prefer the slightly higher density that is identified on this site to enable us to create those affordable homes, or would we rather lose some affordable homes and reduce the density in terms of the impact? And again, that's something for every member of the committee to take up and weigh up. I think at the moment, on balance, having weighed all that up, I do think probably we are tipping in terms of approving this, but I'll wait and listen to what the members of the committee have to say.
Thank you, Chair. Well, I would have quite simply moved deferral of this because, to my mind, it brings the whole local plan process into disrepute. To determine it and approve it disenfranchises Dunnington Parish Council, the residents of Dunnington, and all the representations they've made into the local plan. To determine it and refuse it, similarly, it would disenfranchise the developer. And this is all in the background of the local plan examination in public being just around the corner. I would just implore you all just to defer this now, whether it's for 3 or 4 months. Let everything play out as it should in open public debate at the local plan inquiry where everybody has their democratic say. And then if this turns up in front of planning committee, fair enough, it's determined. To do so now is totally wrong, in my opinion. Thank you, Chair. Moving deferral.
I'd be happy to second deferral on that basis.
Thanks, Jeff. Could I just ask how long there's left before the applicants could appeal for non-determination?
They could do it now. They
Okay.
could appeal non-determination now.
I just speak against that. I think there are absolutely no grounds for deferral in terms of that. I think the applicant would drive a coach and horses through any suggestion of deferral. I think you have to take the decision today, by personal opinion, and either vote for approval or refusal. I certainly wouldn't support deferral. As Councillor Hollier has said, they can take appeal for non-determination, and in essence, you're just handing the decision away from this committee and over to the planning inspector.
Also caution against deferral. I remember a site way back in 1994 where we had an application in the Green Belt. We deferred it, they went to appeal and they won it. And what's worse was the planning inspector did not impose the conditions that we would have imposed had we approved it there and then. It was a far worse application when the planning inspector approved it than it would have been when we would, if our planning committee had actually pushed it through. And that was against officer advice. I hold my hand up and say I did not vote for deferral, I voted for approval, but there we are. Councillor Pavlovich.
Thank you, Chair. I actually have a great deal of sympathy for the proposal seconded for a deferral. I do feel that for the sake of a few months, that a decision by the developer to bring this forward should have been the preferred option. However, we are where we are, and I feel that it would be difficult to argue that the case for special, very special circumstances has not been made, and therefore it's with regret, and it's with genuine regret, that I wouldn't be supporting the proposal to defer this.
Before I put this motion to vote, would any other member like to speak? Nope. In that case, sorry.
Could I say something on maturity?
Yes.
Thank you, Chair. If I may just address the committee on prematurity, and I hope it assists before members take a decision to defer on prematurity grounds. My mic is on.
Yeah, I think you just need to speak.
Do I need to speak into it a bit more? I'll move it closer towards me. NPPF policy on prematurity is set out in paragraph 49 of the framework, and that is reproduced on page 47 of your agenda papers in paragraph 5.94. So a prematurity argument is only going to arise if the circumstances set out in A and B in paragraph 5.94 exist. And they are that in A, that the development proposed is so substantial or its cumulative effect would be so significant that to grant permission would undermine the plan making process by predetermining decisions about the scale, location or phasing of new development are central to the emerging plan, and that the plan is at an advanced stage. I don't think there's any doubt that the plan is at an advanced stage, but your officer, and this is a planning judgment, your officer view set out in the report is that this proposal is not either cumulatively or individually so significant that it would undermine the planning process. So members will need to seriously consider whether or not any prematurity argument meets paragraph 5.94 of the MPPF. If members do decide that there is a prematurity issue, then that is not in itself, that is not a bar to grant a planning permission, but a prematurity objection is a material consideration which might weigh against the grant of planning permission. So prematurity is, as correctly applied, it's just one relevant circumstance amongst others in the planning balance, and the weight to be given to it will depend upon the individual circumstances of each case. But prematurity is not itself a bar to the grant of planning permission.
Thank you. Thank you for that legal advice. Are there any of the members who like to speak? Councillor Waters, I thought you put your hand up.
Thank you, Chair. I did have that paragraph marked up. Obviously, without doubt, paragraph B applies. But I would have argued that paragraph A in part applies, largely for the reasons what were advanced previously about the density. In that, if this is approved, it does set a benchmark for further densities on greenbelt fringes and villages, which other developers will seek to exploit. So that's the cumulative effect of it.
Chair, if I may, obviously, when considering prematurity arguments, a decision has to be taken on a case-by-case basis on each particular site as proposals come forward. And it will be necessary to consider at that time what the situation is on the site, what the 5-year housing land supply position is, what the green belt position is, whether there are very special circumstances, how much weight can be given to the emerging policy in relation to that site. So I don't think it's necessarily the case that it would set a precedent on other sites in terms of density, because each case does have to be considered on its own facts, on a case-by-case basis.
Thank you. Any further members? Sorry, Councillor Melly.
Thank you, Chair. Sorry, just before we vote, I just wanted to clarify exactly what the deferral proposal is. Is the proposal to defer it until all of the examination process and everything is completely done and finalised and the local plan's adopted, or just until the next stage of examination, looking at the green belt boundaries? Or I just wasn't completely sure on what we're about to vote on. That's all.
It's a very good point. I think Councillor Waters perhaps should.
I would have said until the unresolved objections have been advanced at the public hearing stage, because otherwise you're just disenfranchising people that, as a local authority, you've implored to be involved in the local plan process, and now you're going to cut the legs from under them with this.
Councillor.
To clarify, those comments undermine the comments that Councillor Waters just made, because that would make A, irrelevant, because density issues wouldn't be addressed at this point. The next round of hearings are on the general extent of the greenbelt boundaries. So all that would do is draw a line around it. Those density issues won't be addressed until later hearings. So it certainly wouldn't be by the end, a couple of months, as Councillor Pavlovich was implying. It would be the greenbelt would be set by the end of December. You would then have further site-by-site hearings, which would include things such as density, etc. So that could be a further 6 months on top of that. So density could not be used if you, in terms of the 3 months. That would have to be in terms of a 9-month deferral.
Councillor Ware's right.
Thank you for that. Okay, any of the members want to speak? If not, I'll put this to the vote. We have a proposal from Councillor Waters, seconded by Councillor Doherty, to move deferral until the, I'll try and read my own scribble, until the outstanding objections in the local plan have been dealt with. Are you all clear on what you're voting for? All those in favour of that, please show. 1, 2. All those against. That is lost. Right, have members any further proposals or comments they would like to put? Just have a bit.
Well, it seems to come to me in that case. I feel that, and I'll keep this relatively brief. York has a situation in which our young people are unable to afford to live in the city in which they were born or the village in which they were born, and that's been acknowledged, including this evening. This scheme will deliver 30% affordable housing, and therefore it will start to address some of the issues. And whilst Councillor Waters said it would be good if the residents of Dunnington that were in housing need were able to be prioritised, and in an ideal world, that's what I would like to see as well. But that's not within our gift. I will move for approval with the additional conditions as outlined in the paper, which were in the addendum paper to us, which were conditions 11 and 12.
And would that include the no?
Oh, and 19. Sorry,
yeah,
and 19.
Would that include the no right turn when leaving the site as well, and the landscaping scheme being on public land, because we can't apparently condition landscaping on private land?
I personally would be happy with the landscaping. I am mindful of the comments that that the highways officer made about enforceability, but I've certainly got no objection to adding that as an additional condition or advisory.
It would be part of the section 106 because it'd require a traffic regulator. It would.
It would.
If you want the right turn, it has to go as part of the section 106 agreement because it's part of a TRO. But that's just my clarification. We can do it, and we can amend the recommendation to that.
I would delegate that to the highways officers and the local planning authority. But that's my proposal. That's my proposal that it be approved.
Councillor Waters.
Well, just going back to what I said earlier about that no right turn and highways officers and the ecologist, shouldn't we then be actually trying to be more prescriptive and saying, well, if we don't want vehicles to turn right, we should fight for retention of the edge. There's no need for a footpath going on that eastern side, top right, as you look at it. And there's no need for the road widening at that location because you're trying to deter people from turning right and driving up there.
Could you ask how the houses along the frontage, the 7 houses along the frontage, would actually access their property?
Well, again, that goes back to the comments by the ecologist that it would be far more preferable for those houses to be turned round. So they actually access their properties from within the development. You know, it opens up Pandora's box when you start to say, well, we're trying to discourage turning right.
I don't think at this stage it would be possible to amend the scheme.
Going on with the conditions then,
yep.
if you're looking at approving what I said earlier about conditions 4 and 25 and what the developer's agent said about construction traffic,
yeah.
I think that needs to come back to you, the Vice
Chair. Can't do walk councils, unfortunately. Why? It's got to be chair and vice chair, unfortunately.
Well, you included walk councils with the development.
But
It's the local planning authority that make the decision. Yes, you can see it and be part of the process, but you can't make the decision on it. That's for the local planning authority. And it might be that you might not necessarily agree with it. Yes, you can form part of the consultation process to the construction management plan. We would expect that for Barrett's, in all fairness. Sorry, the developer. So I don't think that we have to think about whether or not we're asking for reasonable conditions. And what we said about the construction access and that, yes, I get all that. And we can look at discharging the conditions, but it needs to sit within the local planning authority. Yes, you can be consulted, but that's not within the gift to make the decision.
So it would be reasonable for myself and Councillor Pavlovich to be consulted, and we would speak with Councillor Waters.
Yes, absolutely.
Informally. I give you assurance we will speak with you before that is approved to get your view on it.
So do we need to put something in writing tonight that we need to be seeing as a construction environment management plan, construction traffic, accessing and leaving the site, and only coming from the main A166 that way onto the site?
You'll need to ask, yes, we need to
consult. Let me just ask a question and I'll be able to tell you the answer.
Okay.
We can't say that at this moment in time because we haven't tracked it in terms of the vehicle sizes and everything else. So it would be unreasonable to say that that would have to be the way that the construction vehicles come in, because we don't have the level of information to even know if it's been tracked, whether or not the construction vehicles could get that way. So we can absolutely look at it as part of the condition process, but it's not reasonable to put it on now because we don't know whether it can actually be achieved.
It'll be watched like a hawk, put it that way, because it's critical, and I'm really surprised that nobody has even thought about it when we've got to this stage.
Your point is well noted. Now we'll bear that in mind should this be approved and the matter comes to myself and Councillor Pavlovich. Any members? We haven't had a seconder yet. No, are anyone prepared to second it? Mr. Melly?
Thanks, Chair. I'm not thrilled about this application. I think the density does seem high. I'm not sure why we have guidance on what sort of densities are appropriate if it just then gets ignored. But having said that, looking at it, on a case-by-case basis and looking at not the density of dwellings, but the kind of built-up density, in my view, it is in keeping with the character of the existing development and the surrounding area. I feel like not enough thought's been put into the kind of environmental standards of the buildings in terms of heating sources for all of the dwellings and how they're all going to have energy supply. I feel like within a matter of years, these dwellings are very likely to have to be retrofitted at the expense of the occupants. The planning permission doesn't include things like air source heat pumps. Some that can be done in permitted development, but actually what's likely to happen is outdoor space is going to be lost to that. There's going to be future applications in the future to deal with that, instead of looking at it now and looking at the site as a whole and how there can be energy solutions and heating solutions at the whole site. Is going to be left at each individual dwelling to kind of deal with that at a later date. I don't like the level of affordable housing. My math says it's 22%. That's, ballpark what your calculation was as well. So it's 30% of dwellings, but in terms of the actual housing provision, it's much lower than that. And if that is one of the key arguments that makes this special circumstances is providing housing, it's very weighted towards smaller dwellings. It's quite a large development, 83 dwellings, 22% of that affordable, only 6 of those 83 being affordable family housing, to me seems low. But having said all that, and the balance, looking at it purely in planning terms and not my personal feelings, I do feel like it is acceptable in terms of planning policy and what we have in front of us. And so I will second approval.
So you are seconding approval. Thank you. Any other members like to speak? Councillor de Gorn.
Yeah, I very much want to endorse a lot of those comments from Councillor Melly in terms of the sustainability. You know, we're talking about energy prices going through the roof at the moment. I know that may be a temporary blip, but it's inevitably going to be something which developers and people buying houses are going to be looking at far more closely. Those may be things that during the course of the development, the developer can look at and come back on. But in terms of the overall layout, location, design, you know, in terms of the transport, does seem to have been quite well thought through. The sustainable walking cycling route from the nearest point to discourage people from driving, and the fact that it's sort of, if you like, a comparatively small development in a rural setting, which we need to have more of those rather than the sort of massive scale developments like you know, with Germany Beck and so on, where you know, this has got local facilities that people can use. So you know, I do overall feel that a lot of merits to it going forward. I do accept the point about, you know, the loss of hedge is certainly to be regretted. But the conversation we just had about an alternative route, once you've tracked it, you might find some more hedges need to be taken out if you want to allow construction vehicles in from that direction. So as with everything, it's a matter of a balance. And on balance, I think we should be approving this.
Just to remind you that condition 9 says the developments hereby permitted shall achieve a reduction in carbon emissions of at least 28% compared to the target emission rates required in the Part L of the building regulations prior to commencement of construction of the two-storey extension. Sorry, that's wrong. Yeah, two-storey extension details of the measures undertaken to secure compliance with the condition shall be submitted to and approved in writing by the local planning authority. I think that actually is wrong, because I think it's the two-storey extension is wrong. I suddenly got to that and thought that's obviously not right. But I think of the development. But the key point is they have to hit those targets or else they will be in deep trouble. And personally, I don't think gas is an appropriate way to heat these houses. I think Barratt should perhaps look at alternative ways of doing it. But at the end of the day, they have to provide us with a way that they can hit those targets before, well, to comply with the conditions. Councillor Douglas.
To comment on that, to supplement, I don't think that Councillor Melly is questioning the NPPF as it stands around environmental standards. I think we all understand that it doesn't go far enough at this point, and what we're saying quite likely is that we think developers should be stepping up and actually putting in the measures that mean we don't have to retrofit in 3 years' time.
I completely agree, and that's why I said I think they should be looking at alternative ways other than gas heating, which will become obsolete within the next 10 years in all probability. Any other members got anything they would like to say before we move to the vote? Councillor Doty, do you have something to say?
Well, it was just a comment really, and it's not really too relevant to the application in itself, but I'm just amazed to hear from a Green councillor talking about sustainability when it's a development site that's a good few miles out of the city. It's completely car-borne, so it's. I'm really surprised to hear what he's just said. Thank you.
Councillor Hollier.
Thanks, Chair. Just say really, I won't be supporting the application as it stands, just because although I sort of accept that the sort of technical jargon planning prematurity argument isn't something we could base it on, I do think this is just sort of jumping the gun a bit. It's clear there's still quite a range of outstanding objections to the application, and I do think it should go through the sort of full stages before it's sort of approved in the local plan, and then an application comes back. I think this is probably just too soon.
Thank you, Councillor.
I'll try and be brief, because I spoke at probably too much length last time. I was waiting for some of the comments in the debate to see if anybody could convince me otherwise, especially Councillor Doughty, who voted in favour of this as a housing allocation when it came to the local plan process. So I was perhaps hoping that him and his conversations with our MP had found some solution to our housing crisis that didn't involve this, but I haven't heard that. I do take on board the sympathies of Councillor Hollier, but I don't think we have time to allow this to go through the process, as I articulated earlier. It will not be by December, it will be considerably longer than that before those outstanding objections are there. So I think we do have to judge it now. We do have to judge it on the very special circumstances that are presented in front of us and on the relatively relevant legislation that we have. And while I'm always reticent to approve anything within the Green Belt, I think having weighed this particular balance, I will be supporting the application.
Councillor Trojan.
Thanks, Chair. I think unusually, sometimes I think I agree with everything that Councillor Eyre just said there, but I think, you know, the bottom line is that, you know, as we all know, you know, the city needs a local plan. It hasn't had a local plan for 50 years. If we're waiting for a local plan before we start making decisions on things, we could be waiting for an incredibly long time. And I think, you know, I'm looking through the paper and paragraph 5.90, which talks about the fact that a number of sites were looked at around Dunnington, and this was the one that was identified as being the most appropriate for development. I think I understand the arguments that are being made about disenfranchising local communities, and I don't think anybody around this table wants to see local communities disenfranchised, but unfortunately the planning process as a whole often disenfranchises local communities. And I think that is one side of the planning balance, and the other side of the planning balance is the desperate need for housing, particularly affordable housing. I'm not going to go over those arguments again, but the thing that I do have a big concern about with this development and a number of similar developments that we're seeing is that whilst on the headline figure we see affordable housing, actually when we dig underneath and we hear that there are potential service charges which, if they're not met by the residents, they're met by the housing association or whoever it is that the landlord is, they start to undermine the affordability of that nominally affordable housing, which, you know, in this case, actually, there's a good amount of social housing in here, but when it's for market sale at 80% of market rates, and 80% of market rates is still ridiculously unaffordable for most people in the city, then it does make a bit of a mockery of it all. But, you know, I think on balance on this one, if it wasn't in the green belt, I'd look at that. I'd look at the application site. I'd say, yeah, that's reasonable. It's not overly dense. I think we've heard, and it sets out quite clearly in the addendum at paragraph 10, that policy H2, the densities that are suggested are there as suggested densities, not necessarily absolutely rigid. And so overall, on the balance of all of those things, I think that this is a site that we absolutely have to approve if we're going to meet anything like the housing need that we desperately need in the city.
Right, I think we've given that a good airing. I think, therefore, we can move to the vote. It has been proposed by Councillor Pavlovic and seconded by Councillor Melly that we approve this application with amended conditions 12 and 19, a condition that there is no right turn from the site and that the landscaping on the public areas of the site lifetime for the lifetime rather than just for 10 years. Are we all clear what we're voting on? Could I ask all those in favour, please show. All those against? That's 3. The approval, the motion, and the abstentions, I'm abstaining because I will go to hell in a handcart before I vote for a green belt application, I'm afraid. So consequently, it wouldn't make any difference anyway, but there we are. So that is carried.
Sorry, just 1 second. I just need to make sure that we agree delegated. Once we've done the 106, that it's delegated to the head of planning and the chair and deputy chair. Once we've got the 106 resolved, along with those conditions, just to confirm that as well.
Yep.
Thank you, Councillor Pavlovic.
Chair, can I just Can I just clarify, did you just say that you will never approve an application?
No, I didn't say that.
No, you did. You said, I will go to hell in a handcart before I will approve any application.
That's probably a very unwise thing, but I generally speaking, have opposed green belt.
Because you've now predetermined yourself for any application in the future that's in the green belt.
They probably have, but I will actually take them all. This one I could not support because I feel I didn't like the development generally anyway. So I'll go to hell in a handcart before I vote for this one. Yeah. Well, fair enough. In that case, I will abstain from all green belt because I've opposed green belt developments many, many times in the past, and I'm not, generally speaking, very happy with them. Yeah. Kind of 5-minute break, yeah. Now we Sorry. Right, we've now got all our speakers in the virtual room with Zoom contributors, so we're ready to move on now to the second application tonight, which is land south of the residence, Bishopthorpe Road, York, erection of single and two-storey residential healthcare building to include 40 bed spaces, associated treatment rooms, car parking, servicing area and landscaping. Okay, take it away.
Thank you, Chair. So I'll just refer you to the additional information first. We've got one additional letter of representation. And we've also had a consultation response back from Historic England. The additional information summarises most of Historic England's comments, but basically Historic England have no objection to the application on heritage grounds, to summarise. There's also a slight change to the condition plan due to a change in landscaping detail. I'll now go through the plans. So this is the site location plan. You can see the residence here. This is the racecourse and the racecourse buildings, and the application site is this site that I'm just outlining here. This is the access into the site there. And this is the photo of the Peace Garden. This is just to the left. I'll show you where that is in just a second. That's a photo looking north towards the residence there. You can see the existing residence. This is part of the application site here. This is towards the racecourse buildings. You can see the racecourse buildings on the horizon there, with the residence just where my pointer is. And this is the proposed site layout. I'm just going to confirm. So it's the erection of a single and two-storey residential healthcare building to include 40 bed spaces, associated treatment rooms, car parking, servicing areas and landscaping. So this is the existing access that you saw. And again, the Peace Gardens here, where I'm outlining. Access into the site here. And then these are the buildings that you can just see here from the floor plans. I'm going to go to, so these are the proposed site elevations. You can see the single and two-storey nature of them here. Again, single two-storey nature, that's the residence in the backdrop. So this is the proposed ground floor plan. You can see the arrangement of the buildings along the corridors. Sorry, the rooms along the corridors. And then the first floor element here. And then this is a CGI view. As I always say, it's a CGI. So it's, if you rely on the elevation plans, this is just to aid what it could look like. And again, the CGI view from the south, you can see the site there lying behind the trees with the residence and the racecourse buildings. This is a CGI view from the top of the residence. If you're looking down, you can see the green roof that's proposed as part of the proposal. The existing car parking here for the residence buildings and all the new proposed hard standing in there. And again, CGI view of the entrance into the site. I'm going to go back to that site location plan. Okay, thank you, Chair.
Right, any questions from members? Councillor Looker.
My main question is, why is it always a nice blue sunny day when you have CGI? Why isn't it ever raining? Whereas 90% of life in York, it is either raining or overcast. It gives such an optimistic view of any prospective development.
I will feed that back for future applications
we ought to really give a more realistic, less rainbow view of what it might look like.
Councillor Pavlovich.
Thank you, Chair. Did the architect have any view on the brick detail? If Becky goes back to one of the latter ones, yeah, that one, perfect. In comparison to the rest of the development, it does kind of stick out. Was there any reason why it didn't go for red brick?
I don't know if there was a reason they didn't go for it. I can think of reasons. You could ask them later. I do think the new build on the other side of the Terry site is buff brick. I'm not that familiar, but I think the new buildings generally are buff brick. I think it's hard to match bricks to a listed red brick building. It's probably a safer choice to go with something contrasting. It's very low level, so actually there's quite a distance. That's something like 70 meters between the two buildings.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Ray.
Start by saying on behalf of Visit York, it doesn't always rain 95% of the time in York. It's a wonderful, hot, sunny climate where people should come and visit as much as possible. It does seem to rain a lot. And I would vent my frustration having watched Silent Witness this week with a storyline about flooding. It just so happened someone was reading a story about the flooding, and the picture they had on their phone was a BBC News story of the King's Arms. It wasn't even set in the south, so why they had to put the flooding picture of York in there, I don't know. But my actual question, Becky, was the colour coordination on the plan. Do you know what the different colours of rooms are? That one, yeah. Does it delineate anything?
I don't, but the applicant might. I'm thinking she does, yes.
I think I can help. They'll confirm. But my suspicion is to the right-hand side, the orangey rooms are more communal rooms and staff rooms, and it's the patient rooms to the left-hand side, more presumably different types there.
Mr. Crawshaw.
Thanks, Chair. Apologies if this is in conditions and I've missed it. One of the things that's happened on the adjacent car park and access to the car park for the residents is that the sort of block road is deteriorating quite rapidly. And I wasn't sure what's proposed for the access road and the car parking here. And if it's something that's to match the existing, what might we be able to do to ensure that it doesn't deteriorate as rapidly as the existing car park has done?
I believe it's mostly tarmacked. It's proposed here. It isn't something that's been, I know it's been raised as an issue that a lot of the rest of the site's paved. But here, there's not much public visibility of it. And I'm aware that there's been maintenance issues. So I haven't pushed for it to be anything other than tarmacked.
Thank you.
Councillor Diggle.
Yeah, I'm aware that the access to this is quite constrained. It's fair, you know, there's a single access point. Have the emergency services commented on there doesn't seem to be any alternative emergency entry to the site? I mean, I appreciate that there may want to be some security issues, but there doesn't seem to be any alternative from the west, even for emergency use.
No, we haven't consulted anybody on it. It was the access that was approved and constructed when the wider site and the residence was developed, I believe. And it was to serve a residential development. So I assume it's adequate for this, which would be a kind of lower density development and potential.
I'm just aware this is adding further traffic to the single access point that's there at the moment for the residents, isn't it?
The highways officers here.
Just going to ask Helen.
Hi, for this type of development, we're not too concerned, but it was obviously permitted at the outline, so we didn't feel that we had any way of objecting now. But yeah, we're not too concerned because it's not very high level of traffic.
Clarify, did the highways object to it when it was a residential scheme, which would presumably have a slightly higher?
Again, we were not in a position to object on those grounds because obviously there's an outline that permitted all of this. So.
From memory, I asked the same question at that meeting.
But you have a better memory than I have. Councillor Wardby and then Councillor Waters.
Thank you, Chair. In letters of rejection on 93, it says unsightly solar panels on the roof, but on both diagrams, I can't see any. How many are there?
I don't know how many there are, but there is a roof plan, and you can see them there, bottom left. There's an array there, solar panels. Yes, that's what that is. It's okay.
Councillor Waters.
You could see them solar panels on that CGI as well, or one of them, I'm sure you could. Condition 16, usual comments and usual amendment requested, Chair.
Yeah, I thought you might do somehow. Any further questions before we go into public participation? Nope, in that case, we have a fair raft of public participants on this one. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, I think. So our first one is Johnny Hayes, who is speaking in objection. I think you know the routine, Mr. Hayes.
Thank you. Terry's factory is one of York's strategic heritage assets, along with York Minster, the city walls and Clifford's Tower. It's precious to our city and a wonderful landmark, sitting as it does on the edge of open countryside. It's precious also to the many thousands of people who worked here for generations. The former factory's setting needs to be protected for future generations. I was delighted, along with many other people, when the last oversized 4-storey couple of blocks was rejected. So when I heard that the new development was for a brain injury hospital, and it was going to be only 1 and 2 stories high, I must confess to being so relieved and delighted. A better building for a good cause. That was until I visited the site with the plans, and I could see in the flesh what the impact would be. I realised that this was a great idea, but the design seemed to be shoehorned for the hospital into the site. It therefore did not meet the aspirations of the local plan, which is to achieve high quality urban design which respects the character and fabric of the wider Terrace factory site and buildings of architectural merit. The application set out in the statement of the need to build this hospital says that it should be 3 to 5 acres required for it to be fit for purpose. Yet this site is less than 3. It's 1.6 hectares, 2.86 acres. In addition, the proposed development seems to be an off-the-peg NHS design rather than a building of architectural merit. It appears, this is a quote from the officer's report, it appears to be a healthcare design theme, as a smaller footprint can be seen at the recent Haxby Road mental health building. It is not considered a major concern that revisions should be required at this point. What does this mean, at this point? Is it going to be revised? So, can I be very presumptuous here? Could I ask that you could possibly discuss the concept of deferral, subject to you deciding that in the physical site visits should be reinstated? Thank you.
Mr. Hayes. Oh, Councillor Eyre first. Sorry, I was trying to write something down.
It's a quick question. The section you quoted, I'm trying to find the page. I thought that was in reference to the splaying of the things, not the actual design itself. The fact that it was splayed rather than perpendicular.
Sorry, say that again.
The quote you said about the feature of the NHS and the reference to the new mental health hospital on Haxby Road, I thought that referred to the way the design is set diagonally rather than vertically. Well, you seem to interpret it differently.
No, that was one of the aspects that was critical of the design. That was echoed by English Heritage, actually. It was also echoed by the comments from the council conservation officer as well, I believe.
Councillor Pavlovich.
Thank you. As a former councillor for that area, and I know I'm not speaking in that capacity, the Micklegate Planning Panel actually supports this application. Presumably, you acknowledge that the Micklegate Planning Panel is a representative body and does speak on behalf of and makes representations on behalf of the area of Micklegate. You've taken a very contrary view. Do you understand that it leaves us in a difficult position?
I understand that utterly and completely, because that's exactly where I was. I mean, when we make decisions about things like this, there is the heart and the head. And I confess that my heart was very much with the concept of a brain injuries hospital on that site, and the fact it was low-lying and so on and so forth. However, this is a planning decision. And I feel, as a local resident, that's very, very fond of that area, and in particular that building, because I think it is very, very important, and the green belt around there is so very important, that I am going to do my very best to make sure what goes on that site is the best. That is what we've been asked to anticipate from the local plan. And so therefore, my objections are that this isn't up to scratch. And I agree. I wish the brain injuries hospital all the best in the world. But is this the right site? Would it not perhaps be better on the car park across the road? I might add.
Thank you. Any further questions for Mr. Hayes? Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you very much.
And your views will be taken into account when we come into debate.
Thank you.
Our next public speaker is Mary Urmston, who is speaking via Zoom in objection. Do we have Mrs. Urmston available? We do, thank you.
Thank you. Can you hear me? Thank you, Chair. I'm speaking in objection to this development, as I did for the previous one, which you thankfully and rightly refused. You refused it, even though, like this application, it had been recommended for approval. This building is somewhat lower in height, which means that from a distance there will be a lesser impact. However, the impact from the immediate surroundings of the residents will be significant, and crucially, the design lacks any of the symmetry which your officers and Historic England insisted upon for the previous application. Historic England has now been consulted at the very last minute. So their concerns about the large irregular footprint were not taken into account during the time the design was evolving. Historic England hasn't formally objected to the application, but please bear in mind that they do express concerns, and they didn't object to the last one either. Unlike the previous proposal, the building elevations span right across the whole site, and there is no central gap to allow ground level views to and from the listed building. When the building is viewed from the lower floors of the residence or from the surrounding ground level areas, the impact will be very significant. It will sever the visual connection between the listed building and the greenbelt land beyond, which forms such a crucial part of its immediate setting. You will know that the setting of heritage assets is defined as, and I quote, the surroundings in which a heritage asset is experienced. Its extent is not fixed and may change as the asset and its surroundings evolve. The setting of the residence has certainly changed since the former factory buildings were demolished more than 7 years ago. The site is now open and mainly green, and this openness greatly enhances the setting and the significance of the building. There is no fallback position for you to consider, and no extant planning permission exists for the site. Therefore, the current open state of the land should be the starting point for you to assess the impact of this development. The design of the building doesn't reflect the special interest of the conservation area or the setting of the listed building. Rather, its design has seemingly been dictated by the operational requirements of the applicant.
30 seconds, please, Mrs. Amston.
Thank you. In conclusion, the site is too small to accommodate the building. The asymmetrical footprint is entirely inappropriate, and there are multiple conflicts with planning policies. So I would ask you to please consider refusing the application for very similar reasons that you refused the previous one. If you look at paragraph 1.4 of the report, these reasons are clearly set out.
If you could be winding up now, please.
Yes, one comment about a condition. There doesn't seem to be a lighting condition. Thank you very much.
Thank you. If you just stay on, have any members any questions to ask Ms. Sermston? Nope. Thank you very much indeed for your contribution. We'll take it into account when we begin debate. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our third speaker today is Celia Smith, who is speaking in person and is objecting. You managed to find the microphone? Fine. You have 3 minutes.
Can I first correct you about the objection side of this? I actually ticked other. I think that was also put in my original comments that were made on behalf of members of TOIPAC, who I represent today. So the application deals with a potential facility for the care and treatment of very sick people. Should it go ahead, the retreat will be providing a health unit, which is not only essential, but could also be required by any of us in the future. This application is an improvement on the last proposal. Its rapid progress through the planning system is notable. However, the application contains a number of flaws. These are of concern, given its siting in this special city in an exceptional conservation area with its 9 listed buildings and next to the magnificent York Racecourse. In particular, there are concerns about the loss of amenity from the design of the proposed building with its significantly large footprint constituting overdevelopment, to the fudging of the original design concept, which focused on a central boulevard uniting the northern and southern aspects of the wider estate. Also, the loss of important open green space within the conservation area and the effects on the environment and the habitats of numerous animals and birds. In addition, the failure to provide for the proper adoption of the roadway, despite this application being for a public building, which will be in constant use and for which we will be expected to pay our share. Furthermore, there are concerns about drainage and flooding, as well as the potential for the generation of noise. This is not a straightforward application, and if it should be approved, it is one that will require thorough scrutiny throughout its construction. However, the developer's HBD have enabled some consultation with both the RMC and TOIPAC. In particular, there have been discussions about landscaping and green space, which, if delivered, may help address one of the flaws in the application relating to the environment. But the question for people at the residence is, will these actually be completed? It has caused consternation amongst many residents that the 23 trees along the site border, which were agreed to in the original approval for the residents, and which have appeared on recent drawings.
30 seconds, please. Thank you.
And which should by now be growing tall and proud, have never been seen and are nowhere to be seen over the last 5 years. We have instead a struggling hedge that has been planted in the wrong place, leading to concerns about its long-term survival and the correct position of the boundary. We would ask that the advice given by Historic England regarding landscaping in their report be heard, and as a minimum, and given the potential wider loss of amenity,
if you could be winding up now, please.
Should this application be approved, we would ask that HBD continue with the promised roundtable discussions to include a high specification landscape plan which receives the level of investment commensurate with a distinctive long-term high quality scheme which can be quickly planted and developed and which will provide for attractive and abundant screening for the enjoyment of all in the conservation area. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much indeed. Has anyone got any members got any questions for Ms. Smith, please? No, thank you very much for your contribution, and we'll take it to account when we come to deliberation. Moving on now, we have Keely Mitchell, who is, no, it's not Keely Mitchell, sorry. It is Keely Mitchell, sorry, I've just got a bit confused with these things. Keely Mitchell in person speaking in support on behalf of the Disabilities Trust, who are the proposed occupiers.
Thank you, Chair. The Disabilities Trust is a leading UK charity which works in partnership with others to improve the lives of disabled people. Our specialist areas are acquired brain injury and learning and physical disabilities. We are funded largely by local authorities and the NHS and are a long-established provider of specialist healthcare in York. We've been at the retreat for over 20 years where we have provided residential care. As you will be aware, the retreat are closing their site and we therefore need to find a new home in the city. We are also keen to continue York's proud heritage of mental health care, as well as York being a city of human rights. We currently look after up to 40 vulnerable patients and our service employs 145 staff. We would envisage that all patients and staff would transfer to the new facility. The Disabilities Trust have been looking for an alternative facility for 3 years. We have met with the City of York planning team many times during this period. We have now exhausted all other opportunities to relocate the York House facility. And if we are unable to get planning permission, we expect to have to close this service given the short time we have left. This would result in having to find alternative facilities for the patients and 145 people losing their jobs. Services such as York House are in short supply, and this may mean that some of the patients are placed in services which cannot meet their whole needs and put them in services which are not suitable. Acquired brain injury can be caused through various things such as assaults, road traffic accidents, excessive alcohol and/or drug abuse, along with strokes and other neurological conditions. Staff are specially recruited and trained to support these people and their complex needs. We have psychologists, occupational therapists, physios, speech and language therapists, and support workers who are all key to supporting people in their rehabilitation journey. The new facility will provide specific treatment rooms, a state-of-the-art gym, and a sensory garden. The service will also have a female-only ward to meet the increase in demand, as there has been a 24% increase in females with ABI. The people we support are vulnerable and often have cognition impairments, along with other complex needs such as mobility issues, mental health conditions. The people we support are not a danger to the public, but need support to keep themselves safe and to live their best life. The service will be secure and the people we support will be accompanied during any leave from the service. The local area will also be beneficial in supporting service users to be part of the local community and utilise the connections. ABI attributes to 160,000 hospital admissions per year at a cost of 15 billion. There is a 10,000 bed shortage. Neuro rehab is one of the most cost-effective interventions there is. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any members, any questions for Ms. Mitchell? Councillor Doherty.
Thank you, Chair. Can I just ask, will you be providing a similar number of rooms for patients as you currently have at the retreat?
Yes, the plan is, the current ones we have at the retreat is 36 and this one's 40, and that's because what we've done with this one is we have put some flats in, so when you queried the colours on the diagram, some of them are flats that allow people to live even more independently than they do in the hospital unit, to be able them to be assessed to move on to live more independently in the community in such as supported living environments or back at home with a care package.
Yeah, the reason I ask that, obviously a lot of these people have come from out of area, and I'm thinking of our local health and social care requirements, and can you advise whether the local authorities where these people are coming from will actually be paying for the provision, or will the cost be on the council here?
No, they are usually funded by the commissioner that's commissioned them from their local authority to come to the service.
Okay, I appreciate this is not relevant necessarily to the planning application as such for a building.
Yes.
But it is an important point that
yes, it is. I mean, many of the residents are from within York. because of the specialism of the hospital, where sometimes people need that facility and they haven't got it in their local communities, so such places as Leeds or Manchester, they may come, but it would be Leeds or Manchester that do fund their stay.
Thank you. Councillor Eyre.
I would add to that, Councillor Doughty, while they would fund it while they were there, if they then left and stayed in York, that would be a social care issue, but it's not relevant to planning. You sort of touched on, I was going to ask the question about colours, so I've kind of touched on whether you could go into more detail, and also I was sort of interested in what the percentage was around the take. You said Leeds, Manchester as your catchment area. Is that the total catchment area? And what?
No, it's not always the total catchment area. It just depends. Sometimes people who have suffered an acquired brain injury that need this kind of service may have come from York originally or have family close by in York that are central to their rehabilitation journey. Haven't got the exact percentage split, so I will be honest, I can't give you that at this moment in time. With regards to the colours, and I'm not 100% sure on the colours, but there are the blue areas, I believe, are communal areas, so communal lounges. I think there's therapy rooms and like a large bathroom area with a bath in as such, because the individual rooms have got wet rooms, they're en suites with showers, but there is a bath facility for people that want it. There is the female only ward. And then what we've also got in each corner of the provision is we've got specialist rooms which are completely anti-ligature rooms. And the reason we've done that is that from the Care Quality Commission's perspective, as people are, as we see more people with severe mental health conditions, that will enable us to keep people safe if during our care they become a suicide risk. Our policy is that we don't actually accept and admit anybody who has been a risk in the last 6 months. They need to be risk-free for 6 months, but we have recognised that if we have that facility, we have got a definite way to keep people safe in those 4 rooms if we suddenly required it, if they were in crisis.
And then so my last question for now would be, I think perhaps the female ward is an improvement based on what the facilities you had at York House.
We have had a female-only ward at York House, which is why we've continued it, because it's one of the only female wards in this type of service in the UK, yes.
Are there any other sort of improvements you've been able to make in terms of the facilities starting from a new build rather than from an existing facility?
Yes, there is. So the sensory gardens and the treatment rooms themselves are all much more beneficial for the treatment that a lot of the patients need, etc., in the communal areas. The retreat, I'm not sure if you're familiar with it, but it's quite an older style building, and it's starting to look a little bit from a care perspective institutionalised, whereas this is far more modern. And the facilities that people have got in their bedrooms are of a much better standard. And as I say, the gym is much more state of the art, because we've had some challenges at the retreat with the floor where we've had the gym and that kind of thing. And as I say, the sensory garden is an improvement as well.
Councillor Crawshaw, sorry.
Thanks, Chair. I just wanted to ask you a little bit about the kind of what the anticipated kind of day-to-day running would be like in terms of the potential impact, you know, for residents and the wider community. Because obviously, I think you said 145 staff and up to 40 residents, and it's great to think that, you know, a service could be saved and jobs could be saved and all of those sorts of things. Presumably there wouldn't be 145 staff on, you know, in one go, so I presume it'll be a sort of shift type system.
Yeah, so it's a shift pattern that is operated, and it tends to be a 12-hour day shift and a 12-hour night shift. There are less staff on a night than there are during the day, but still sufficient to keep people safe. During the day, Monday to Friday, there would be staff in the building that are not delivering hands-on care, so such as the registered manager of the service, the assistant managers, the admin people, that kind of thing. The psychologists, the speech and language therapists, and the occupational therapists work Monday to Friday, 9 to 5 as well. The staff that work actually delivering the hands-on care on the shifts would be the nursing staff, and it would be the rehabilitation support workers that work the shifts as well.
Okay, and if it's okay, Chair.
Yeah, no, by all means.
So I guess what I would be looking for the residents who are going to be the potential new neighbours is I suppose some reassurance. It sounds like there won't be people coming and going all through the night. It's a kind of a changeover shift, as it were, and then do. And then the other thing that I'd just be interested to know about is what you do in terms of encouraging your staff to travel sustainably, because obviously it's quite a cramped site, but it is in a location that is, you know, relatively close to the city centre and all of that sort of thing. And it doesn't look like there's 145 car parking spaces, but it would just be good to know, you know, what you've done previously and what you plan to do with this site to try to encourage people where they possibly can to not be driving into the site and actually, you know, whether it's walking, cycling, public transport, what have you.
Yeah, we encourage that through all staff, through the well-being and health and well-being of them as individuals that we do with staff. So because of where the site is, they would be encouraged to use cycling, walking to work, car sharing. We would encourage, because at the end of the day, they don't want to be in a situation where they've not got a car parking space. So we've made it absolutely clear what the car parking spaces are, and we're happy that we can accommodate the people that will be utilising a vehicle to get to work.
And sorry, sorry if that's all right, Councillor. It's just on that same point. And then, of course, the other people, I guess, who will be coming will be potentially visitors for the people who are staying. And what's the current level of, I mean, do people receive visitors daily, weekly? So what sort of volume of visitors might you
It really depends on the individual. As I'm sure you can appreciate, some people have families who are very supportive of them and very involved in their care. And then we have other residents who, once they've been handed over to us, families have very little input and communication may be non-existent or maybe through technology. On the back of COVID, there has been an increased encouragement and support of service users to use technology and video calling and that kind of thing, which has worked really well. And again, depending upon whether the person is local or whether they're out of area would depend on how often they get visitors. We have certain times during the day that we class as protected times. So there would be things like meal times, etc. But usually the protocol would be that a member of family visiting would let us know they were coming, so we could make sure it didn't clash with any therapies that the individual was receiving. And so we knew we didn't have a large amount of visitors in the service at any one time. And where possible, we do encourage, particularly on the back of the COVID situation, visits outside of the building, in the grounds, that kind of thing.
Councillor Warby.
Thank you, Chair. I was just wondering, I should probably ask officers as well, but how many parking spaces have you got at the moment and how many are there?
I'll be absolutely honest, I don't know how many parking spaces we've got at the retreat.
Okay, I didn't know see how you were coping. Yeah,
no, I just know it's been taken into account with the number of staff.
I'll ask you. Thank you. Sorry.
Any other members? No, thank you very much indeed for your contribution, Ms. Swanwick. We'll take your views into account when we move into debate. And finally, our final speaker is... Sorry? Sorry, Carrie, sorry, apologies, I put the name down. Apologise. Yeah, Carrie Swanwick, who is speaking in... Swanwick, yes, sorry. I can't read things that are small. My eyesight hasn't been sorted out yet. In support of the Residents York Management Company Limited.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, my name is Carrie Swanwick. I'm speaking on behalf of Residents York Management Company Limited, which serves all the residents of the residents and of which I'm one of 6 voluntary directors. We support this application in principle while also recognising that some individual residents have objected, but we do still have concerns. And on September 13th, we had an online meeting with the scheme proposers and their advisors to discuss these. Our main concern is about the landscape treatment of the boundary south of the residence. The submitted plans are inaccurate in showing a line of trees along the hedge, roughly along the southern boundary of our land. These trees, approved as part of the residence landscape scheme and numbering 23 extra heavy standard trees, were never planted and the hedge planted is actually not on our boundary line. In our meeting, Henry Boot committed verbally to correcting these errors and omissions and ensuring that appropriate planting takes place on the correct boundary line, including the originally proposed trees. As this boundary is shared with the new development, the landscape treatment on each side needs to be coordinated to create an appropriate landscape screen that will complement the setting of the existing and the new building. We request that the council adds an informative note to the existing 6 such notes, requesting that there be a collaborative approach between the parties to seek an agreed approach which will create a satisfactory boundary feature and tree screen as soon as possible. In addition, we wish to stress the importance of achieving a well-designed and appropriate development in this highly sensitive setting in a conservation area. We would urge the council to request reconsideration of the surfacing to be used in roads and parking areas using an appropriately coloured tar macadam, which is more in keeping with the adjacent access roads and car parking at the residence, instead of the currently proposed standard black tar macadam. Also, the exact mix of brick colours is a matter of concern, and we understand that that may eventually be resolved just by the international availability of bricks. And we've also asked that scope for extending the green roof be at least examined. We also continue to have concerns about noise. In our meeting, we noted inaccuracies and omissions in the noise assessment report, which have now been partly rectified, but there are still inaccuracies relating to the location of air source heat pumps and emissions, especially consideration of what are called attention catching features, and also data for the air handling unit. There is also no assessment of noise from the proposed electrical substation. We note that Public Protection have not commented further on the revised report. We therefore ask that a condition is included in any approval which requires a full noise survey report on actual noise levels on completion of the building, including the substation, to assess if any further mitigation is required. That completes our comments. Thank you for listening.
Thank you. Have any members any questions? I have one. You said you would prefer the tarmac to be appropriately coloured. Page 94, there's been a representation, was it from your group, that standing should be block paving, not tarmac?
We did discuss this in the meeting that we had, and we recognised that cost is a factor in all this, but the parking area at the residence, the roads are block, the parking areas are a buff coloured aggregate on tarmac. That was what was in the original plans. It just looks, if you look at the final visualisation, you'll see that it does show black tarmac, which blends with the grey roof where it's not green, that one. If you look at the earlier CGI visualisations, you see in fact that all the surfacing in the parking areas and the road is shown as red, buff, like that. Not block necessarily, and we're not particularly pushing for block, but we just think that that extreme contrast is not very desirable in a conservation area. And okay, it's cheaper, but cost isn't everything.
Thank you for that. Any other questions? Councillor Waters.
Not really a question for the speaker, I'm afraid, but while the speaker sat there, would the officer care to comment on what was raised about the shared boundary and the trees, and how that can be enforced to get a desirable solution out of it?
Well, my understanding is the issue that's raised isn't related to the application within the red line boundary, and it's a previous issue relating to, I mean, you can see here, so you see along there the trees. I understand that the developer that developed the residence didn't do the landscaping there, which should all be within their boundary, obviously, in the right place, and that hasn't been resolved. So, as
is actually in the wrong place. So the hedge that's there is 1.4 metres further north than it should be.
Yes. The point is that the plans here are correct, and it's not a problem with the scheme here. It's something that the residents need to resolve.
It's incorrect in the sense that those trees are shown in the visualisations forming a lovely screen to the proposal, but they aren't there.
In fairness to us looking at that one.
Look as though they are. We need them to red line boundary. What we're covering.
Yeah, this is what I said at the beginning. It's visualization. They are just meant for visualizations. They actually have to rely on the plans, not the visualizations. They are.
Yes, but they are intended to give all of us an indication of what the scheme will look like.
They're an impression. That's what they are. And that's why I have to say you have to take them with a pinch of salt. You have to rely on the plans and the elevations because they're scale drawings.
I can say you must rely not on the visualisations. I've fallen foul of this in a previous authority where we relied on the visualisation. It was wrong. The plans are what matter. Councillor Crawshaw.
Thank you, Chair. Just to add to some of the points that have been made there, I'm aware, as one of the ward councillors, of a number of outstanding enforcement issues to do with the other side of the development. I'm not clear specifically whether that row of trees is part of that enforcement issue, but it's certainly something that the ward councillors could pick up separately as part of some of that other enforcement stuff which is ongoing, I mean, rather than us sort of get tied up in it too much this evening. But certainly when we come to discussing what we can and can't do around your suggestion about an informative, about a collaborative approach and things like that, I'll certainly be putting that to officers if that's something that might be a way of resolving the problem.
Thank you. Any further questions? Thank you very much for your contribution. We'll take your views into account when we come into debate. Finally, we do come to the Joanna Gabrielatsu, who I think we've met before, who is the agent for the applicant speaking in support. And there are several colleagues who are available on Zoom to answer any specific questions relating that members may have. I think you know the routine. You have 3 minutes when you're ready. Okay, we haven't started the clock yet, don't worry.
Chair, under the circumstances with the technology issue, could we allow her to work from her notes?
If necessary, we'll, yeah. Yeah.
Thank you. If you could just please bear with me, technology clearly isn't on my side this evening. I'll do my best and I'll stick within the 3 minutes. Okay. Good evening, everybody. It's a pleasure to speak on behalf of the joint applicants, the Disabilities Trust and the HBD this evening, both as planner and personally have experienced brain injury within our family and understanding the need for a facility like this. We've worked with the Trust for around 4 years now to identify a site suitable for their needs in York. The biggest challenge was finding a site that's not in an area of flood risk or in the green belt to deliver a new fit-for-purpose hospital. The application site fits the bill. It's a brownfield site within the development boundary and being promoted in the emerging plan for development. Many in this room will be familiar with the history of this site. Only a year ago, permission for a housing scheme was refused. It was also met with resistance from the local community. This application is different. Local groups support the proposal in principle. The design team has taken a thoughtful and practical approach which presents a
1 and 2 storey building compared with the former 4-storey scheme. Form does follow function. It is essential that the building is designed to meet the needs of its service users, including clear sight lines, anti-ligature design and safeguarding, as well as outdoor therapeutic space. The scheme also responds sensitively to the heritage context of the site and retains visual permeability of the wider terrace complex from the surrounding area. We should also remember that York's heritage is more than just its built fabric, but its long legacy in mental health. The mental health hospitals at Bootham and the Retreat are no longer fit for purpose, but this proposal allows this important legacy to continue, with 145 York-based staff being retained and jobs protected, while serving the NHS, which is struggling to service care for individuals with acquired brain injury. The public benefits of this proposal are significant and important. The application should be considered on its merits. It has sensitively considered its design, providing a small-scale development, softened the rooftop with a cedar roof, achieving BREEAM Excellent, 28% reduction in carbon emissions, a full landscape perimeter is retained, and introducing 23 new trees. They've got nothing to do with the boundary issue, by the way, and leaving the Peace Gardens untouched. Electric car charge points and spaces are provided, cycle spaces, and full parking spaces to accommodate the overlap of shifts. Technical matters have been satisfied, including highways, biodiversity, and noise impact. HBD and the Trust have partnered up to deliver this sustainable scheme that meets the objectives of the NPPF, investing £20 million into the city and retaining this important service and protecting all jobs. We ask that you approve this application this evening in line with your office's recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you. And your overrun was less than 5 seconds, I think. Councillor Crawshaw, I think you have a question, and Councillor Eyre.
Thank you, Chair. I've got a couple of questions, if I may, but hopefully they'll be quite quick to answer. Obviously, you'll have heard previous speakers seeking a collaborative approach to things like the boundary and that sort of thing. And I just wanted to check that, you know, that's something that you would be amenable to.
Yeah, the conversations are existing and ongoing, and it's clear that it is outside of that red line boundary. In fact, there are other drawings, like the landscape proposals plan, which is for approval, is quite clear that those trees do sit outside the red line. HBD are fully committed to continuing those discussions and helping to resolve. They don't actually own that site anymore, but they're still prepared to be involved with the landowner, which is great. I understand.
Yeah, there's a discussion to be had about what exactly needs to happen, but if we know that you're willing partners, then that is good, and perhaps would be something that we could consider as an informative. And similarly, I think that there was a comment made around the tarmac, which I think was a good point in terms of, you know, what the visual impact is on that. And again, I don't know what discussions have happened previously, but I'm just wondering if that's something that, again, I don't know whether you as an agent are able to give a commitment to definitely changing the colour, but certainly going and looking at whether or not that might be possible to make that better blend in with the overall kind of landscape of the area.
I wonder to a degree some of it's subjective as well. It is a black tarmac, but it also provides definition from the resident scheme. It is a car park which will predominantly be full of cars as well, so the amount of tarmac that will be seen, the visibility will be reduced. And there are cost implications as well, but we feel that it is appropriate so far.
So is that kind of a no? Don't worry, I won't push you on it. And I'll just comment and say, you know, hopefully the car park will be full of bikes and people walking.
And there are plenty of spaces.
But, yeah. Yes. And then the other question I had, and this is honestly my last one, Chair, is just around the green roof, actually. And it seemed to me that there was large areas of the roof that was green, and that's great. And I think particularly for residents in the residence on that side of the building, looking out onto that space, it does something to mitigate against the loss of what's currently green space, albeit a brownfield site. But it does seem to then sort of stop, and I wasn't quite sure what the reasoning was for why the whole roof wasn't greened. I get there might need to be some access areas, but it seemed there were very large chunks of the roof that still weren't a green roof, and whether or not you could comment on that at all.
Some areas of the roof have got plants on them and PV panels as well. So it has to stop short of there. What I might do is, if it's possible, if the architect is able to answer, I think Chris Race might be on the call to, what's his name? Address Chris Race.
If that was possible, because it just seems to me that from looking at that plan, certainly the right-hand side, I don't really understand why there's not a green roof on there, and there's a large chunk of the left-hand side that seems like it could be useful, and it would just seem to me that that will soften the impact of the building more.
Hello, can you all hear me? Like the voice from above. You're quite right. The area of green roof does stop. Quite a few studies were done about the views from above on the residence building itself, looking down, and the actual visual impact from the residence was minimal if you were looking down on the building. So it was seen that was the furthest line that you probably see, and the grey beyond would be negligible anyway, and you'd just see the parapet coping. And it also stops for maintenance access, and as Joanna has said, areas of plant as well.
Thank you, Chair. I think you did allude to this slightly as well in your introduction. It's that comment on page 89, paragraph 3.6, the sort of inherent criticism from the design team about the design and the extensions through, and saying, the quote being, it appears to be a healthcare design theme, as a similar footprint can be seen at a recent Hackney Road mental health building. It's just to confirm what probably is my understanding, that it's for therapeutic reasons and the needs of the particular people that are using that facility, rather than a design aesthetic of the NHS.
Keely alluded to some of it earlier. It's about sight lines, and that the nurses, the carers, they have rooms at corners within the building as well, so that they can actually see that way and that way, for instance. So there is a reason, and that's the point that I made before about form follows function, because it has to make sure that it's safe and works for the operation.
Any further questions from members? Thank you very much indeed for your contributions. Naturally, we'll take those into account when we come into debate. But first of all, any further questions to officers? Councillor Warby.
I just want to repeat my question about parking spaces. How many parking spaces have they currently got, and cycle provisions, and how many has the new place got?
I'm afraid I've no idea how many they have at the retreat. Does Helen know?
I just neatly went to the transport assessment and checked that for you. So at the moment, they're using 48 spaces and there's 47 proposed. And the travel survey that was done at the retreat showed that 96 staff travel by car, everybody else is bus, walk, cycle. So obviously, if you take the shift pattern into account, we feel that it's about right.
Somebody's obviously done the homework. Any further questions? Councillor Crawshaw.
Thank you, Chair. I've got a question for Helen and a question for Becky, so I'll go for Helen first. Is there anything in the scheme as it's set out currently that would inherently prevent a future adoption of the access?
Yes. There is not a connection to the adopted highway, the land ownership. So as you can see, the red line boundary stops there, but the highway doesn't start at the red line boundary. That's in private ownership and unadopted. So we would need to go through some kind of adoption process. From what I'm hearing from the residents, it sounds like construction is not up to scratch on the paved area. So obviously that would need to probably be reconstructed for us to adopt. So it's not impossible, but difficult.
But am I correct as well, though, that there is I'm aware that there's a desire from residents for the roads around the Chocolate Works site as in general to be adopted. So both on David Wilson side of the site and I think this access point here. Do you know if that's at all underway in any area?
I'm very much aware of the other side because we are in the process of trying to adopt this. There are some challenges, but on this side, we've never had any requests. It's always been kept private.
So it's unlikely to be adopted, is essentially the...
It's unlikely, it's not impossible.
Thank you. And then, Becky, question for you just around what might be appropriate in terms of informatives and or conditions. I think one of the residents, one of the speakers asked about a condition around a noise survey for things like the substation and plant once it's developed. And I know we've had a problem with one of the other substations on the site. Do you want me to just asking a few things? Go on.
I'm on it. I think the speakers said that our public protection hadn't got back about the noise report. Well, they did actually. So they have confirmed they've seen the revised noise report. They're completely happy with what's in that. And I think, did I have it as a, I can't remember if I had it as approved plan. No, it was lighting was the other thing that somebody mentioned. So lighting is an approved plan. So that's why there's not a condition on lighting, but the noise report was, they were completely happy with, I think you can see. So we had the roof plan, but the plant is, the external plant is down there. So at the opposite end to the residence, the substation is also down the bottom right corner. It's a separate enclosure, but they didn't consider that it would have any significant impact on existing residential amenity from noise from those.
Okay, thank you. And the other part of that question was around just informatives and or conditioning of materials. So obviously this idea of a potential informative to seek a collaborative approach. I think that the person who read out the words did a much better job than I'm struggling to remember exactly what she said, but it was around a collaborative approach to resolving the boundary issues. And I think the agent there suggested that they would be amenable to that. I don't know if that's something that would be worth an informative or could go in an informative. And before you answer that, the other part to it as well is whether or not we could perhaps reserve something around the materials used for the road surface, such that at least that could be visited and discussed. I guess it might be difficult to condition it to be red or yellow or green or blue, but perhaps to come back and have a look at that again.
Yeah, in terms of your first one, do I think that'd be reasonable, given that we know that the boundary is outside of this red line and it's not within the ownership, so we can't ask for that because it's not reasonable. In terms of the second one and the surfacing colour of the tarmac, I don't have an issue with us potentially. I don't know if there is a condition or change in the condition that requests that we look at the colour of the tarmac. Maybe we have before. Well, we can word something that basically says before the construction of that started, that we have the details submitted. If you feel that strongly that you think it should be a lighter buff colour, not black, you'd probably need to give us that indication now, because if, oh, hang on, Helen's waving at me, I can see it in the corner of my eye.
That will probably make it very unlikely for us to adopt if it's coloured tarmac. Paving would be the only thing we adopt if it's constructed properly.
And there isn't the money to make the paving. So that's your call. We can, but it's your call.
Councillor Waters.
Well, in a similar way as we're talking about materials, fully realise the nature of this building and cost parameters and such like, but I don't think changing the colour of the bricks is going to alter anything like that. And I really think we should be insisting on red bricks. The long views that you get of this building, which you'll see with the old Terry's building in the background from Bishy Road, I really think this needs to be red brick.
Sorry? Yeah, we'll. Right, Councillor Rea.
I wasn't going to raise this, but just to clarify my recollections, these long views are a relatively new thing as a result of the demolition. There never was historically any long views of this particular building. It's just a consequence of an interim period between developments. In which case, do we know what colours those, what colour brick it was that was obscuring the residents before? Or was that red brick?
It was just kind of industrial warehouses, wasn't it, with kind of north-like roofs. I don't know what materials they were, but I don't think, I'm not sure they would have affected the long views. I just don't think this building won't be visible. I don't think this building will be visible in any long views, but I'm not sure the other ones were either. So
that's right. I think unless it's in winter when the trees have shed their leaves, but generally speaking, it's so low, I don't think it will be visible from much beyond the site, to be honest. Yeah, Councillor de Gorn.
Yeah, from memory, there were white or very light coloured sort of 70s industrial buildings. Quite intrusive, really. But the question I was going to ask was about the lighting. You said there's a plan. Can you just, does that include a condition about sort of appropriate lighting of the car park on the access route? Particularly thinking about shift workers and so on, if we're trying to encourage people to walk and cycle.
Well, I've put condition 2 where I've listed the plans. I've listed the external lighting plan, which again, the public protection officer had viewed and said she thought was acceptable for that kind of location and that use. So it had lighting levels. So it was fairly detailed, I think. It could go on as an additional condition if you wanted.
I mean, just if that could be checked in terms of appropriate level for, obviously there's a balance. You've got wildlife in the park, but you do want to be able to see.
You can put it as a separate condition.
Yeah, if that's a concern when you come to debate, you can take, if you look on 107, it does actually say external lighting, it's the 4th one up. So we'd have to take that out and maybe put a separate condition on that request specific details if you weren't happy with that.
Can I just check, were there some concerns about bats being present on the site? I seem to recall that in the previous survey, because lighting is a bit of a mixed thing for bats.
I'm not sure there was any significant interest.
Foraging and bat roofs, I think were mentioned around the trees, which obviously we don't want to do, because this is not very far from the River Ouse, is it? And I think if you're within 400 metres of the River Ouse, you are likely to get bats.
Sorry, Chair, it's 5.29 on page 102.
And I think actually the ecology officer has commented and she didn't ask for
It's just what I'm concerned about is if we have lighting, we've got to find a compromise between lighting that's safe for the workers and the people on the site, which tries not to actually deter bats from foraging in the area. Because
you want appropriate lighting.
Yes,
down lighting.
Down lighting is what you want. Yes.
You can see.
Okay. Any further questions? No further questions. In that case, I'm happy to move forward into debate. Johnny, sorry, Councillor Brochure, sorry.
Thank you, Chair. I think that this is a really good example of a planning committee standing up and rejecting an application that wasn't appropriate for the site, and a developer going away and listening and coming back, taking on board quite a number of the issues that were put forward as reasons for rejection. I think the previous application, was a big, large building which blocked the site of the chocolate factory and didn't necessarily contribute anything to the wider community. Whereas I think that what we've got here is an application which is not perfect. There clearly are one or two issues with it, but I think, like anything, when we're looking at planning balance, it's something which is a vast improvement on the prior application, but also is something which is clearly of a huge benefit to a great number of people in the locals, in the city, but also in the wider area. So I think you only have to look through the consultation responses from the Micklegate Planning Panel, the racecourse, the local residents who've spoken to us, and everybody thinks that it's a good idea to have this kind of a facility. There are some concerns, I think, about some of the aesthetics of it in one or two places. I note what Councillor Waters is saying about the red brick versus the buff brick. I think I would probably caution against seeking red brick, because actually the buildings that are listed on that site are of a particular design, and none of the other buildings on that site are the same as that. And so actually being distinct and obviously new is probably a benefit here, rather than seeking to look as similar as you could to the existing building. But I think if we could, I'm not going to look for an informative about the collaborative approach to the boundary, but I think that the agent has given assurances that they'd be looking at that. The only thing that I'm a little bit not sure about which way we should go on is the issue around the coloured tarmac, because it sounds to me like it's very unlikely that it would be adopted anyway. But if we went for something that really sought to match the colour, we'd probably rule it out forever, but I suspect that's probably the case anyway. And otherwise, we're looking at a development here that is retaining jobs, it's adding value, it looks not bad. The sedum roof from the top, I think, does a lot for the residents who are looking down on it. And for all of those reasons, I'm happy to move that we approve.
Councillor Pavlovich.
Thank you, Chair. Seconded. I think we all need to know that this is a good scheme. I don't have an opinion on the road tarmacking colour. So, given that Councillor Croshaw hasn't recommended it as a condition, can I just urge members to be relatively brief, unless you've got objections?
Councillor Eyre, are you wishing to speak? Councillor de Gaulle.
As Councillor Crawshaw agreed with me, I'll agree with Councillor Crawshaw in terms of the red brick issue. In terms of, we had a policy in the city a while ago, I think it came from the Civic Trust, about ensuring that all buildings close to historic buildings match the white stone to ensure they blended in. And then quite recently we turned around and realised that actually did detract away from those historic buildings, and we've completely reversed that policy now. So nothing can be of that white stone colour when it's near a heritage building, to allow those to stand out. So fully support Councillor Crawshaw's comments.
Councillor de Gaulle.
Yes, I agree with that point about the distinctiveness of the building. I think it needs to be different. It is obviously a different building. Just wanted to add that condition about the external lighting to be agreed that's bat friendly and people friendly. Right. Yep. So that, in terms of providing safe access on a quite narrow road without very much in way of footway in and out of the site.
Yeah, I'm fully in support of this application. I think the previous application did nothing to benefit the residents and the long distance views. This one is much lower. It gives a much softer edge to the green belt, because the green belt is literally just over the boundary trees. And I think it just ticks a lot of boxes. I'm not worried about the buff bricks, and the tarmac to me is not a massive issue. I just think it's a good scheme. We should support it. And if people are happy, are you happy to move to the vote? Right. Oh, the one condition I would add is that condition 16 is amended so that the landscaping scheme is for the lifetime of the development. I think that's the one thing. Have you got that noted?
I just want to check with Councillor Crawshaw. I just need to check that Sorry, I just need to check the conditions that you actually want as part of your...
I'm happy to accept Councillor de Gaulle's suggested condition and Councillor Fisher's suggested amendment.
It's Councillor Waters by proxy, of course.
Apologies.
So
Councillor Waters by proxy.
So it's the change to the landscaping condition and it's the external lighting.
That's correct.
Right, got that. Thank you.
Okay, are members all happy they know what they're voting for? It's been moved and seconded that we approve this application. Could I ask for all those in favour to please show? I think that is unanimous. So that application is approved. Right, I think that concludes the business of the evening. Thank you very much for your attendance and your contributions. Oh, sorry, Councillor Doty.
Chair, just obviously it's been mentioned by several speakers and members this evening about site visits. Sorry. Sorry. About physical site visits, and I think we're all sat in close proximity tonight, so I think we're pretty much treating planning committee as normal, or should be. So I would suggest that we ought to be offering the ability for members and interested parties to be able to attend physical site visits again.
I've given an assurance that we will canvass the views, not just of the members here, because remember there are several members who are not here. When Councillor Dobin has gone home, there are 2 members who have been substituted. I think we will canvass the views of members to see what their wishes are.
Thank you.
Okay.